Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the October 27th, 2014 Board of Commissioners meeting. We have a very full agenda tonight, and I'd like to announce that most of the commissioners have agreed on a new approach to our commissioner debate. Tonight we're going to attempt to a 5-minute limit to our own comments and debates when we're debating items. So we'll see how that goes. We start out with public participation, and I would like to remind everyone that we do have the soft 5-minute rule. Please keep your comments to 5 minutes. I'd also like to announce that we have one change in the order of the agenda, and that is item D under the Public Works and Engineering Committee reports. We're going to move that up in front of A. It's a very short, brief item, so in courtesy to those folks, we're not going to have them wait till the end of all of those other items. So that's that. I'd like to invite anybody who would like to make public comment in the beginning of the meeting to step on up to the mic. Hi, Roberta.
Good evening. I'd like to thank Chairman Schaefer for allowing us the opportunity to speak before the meeting begins. I am Roberta Winters of 326 Williams Road. I am president of the League of Women Voters of Radnor Township, for whom I am speaking. The League is pleased to provide public comment at this meeting and is disappointed that we were not afforded such an opportunity to speak last Thursday evening during the conditional use hearing regarding the proposed Villanova expansion. As you may know, the League received standing in this matter and has been concerned regarding the hearing process itself. As we have reviewed communication, recordings of meetings, and actual transcripts, there appears to be a lack of openness in these proceedings to the inclusion of evidence, of factual-based opinions, and of comments from the general public. Confusion within this venue appeared to prohibit informed participation on the significant issue by both those with standing and members of the general public. We thus urge you to consider an open hearing, preferably with Master Bowler, regarding the conditional use prior to your future decisions, be they in public or behind closed doors. I'm sorry, that was future discussions, be they in public or behind closed doors. Since the League is an organization whose purpose is to promote political responsibility through informed and active participation in government, we are troubled. As we review the process and its implementation, we may find it necessary to pursue options as needed to preserve and advocate for good government in Radnor Township. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. Is there anybody else who'd like to make comment?
Madam President, can I address that
Sure.
comment by the League?
Go ahead.
I think the commissioners that were here last Thursday know that all the parties were given an opportunity to testify and put in evidence the nature of the conditional use proceeding. The representative that was here from the League tried to read a statement during the time we were taking sworn testimony and was advised that there would be an opportunity after all the testimony was done for public comment, and there would also be a time in the future before the board voted on the actual decision when it would be on a public agenda, another opportunity for public comment. The League's representative chose not to stand up at the end of the testimony last Thursday and provide public comment. I don't know why, but I think the description of the procedure by Ms. Winters is inaccurate. I'd invite anybody who was here to...
I was here, and I recall it the way John Rice described it, that the League was specifically afforded an opportunity, well, everyone was specifically afforded an opportunity to comment at the end, and some chose to comment and some chose not to.
There were parties that were testifying under oath and calling witnesses. The League was, and everyone else who was a party or not a party was invited to come up once the sworn testimony was over. We were off the record to provide public comment. They chose not to, just
Okay.
to keep the record accurate.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Eugene Huff, 115 Cumberland Place. I'm waiting for Mr. Chet Harrington, but we are hoping to have a chance to speak on the Ardrossan property issues outstanding this evening.
Okay, tonight, Ardrossan is on the agenda. So it comes right, it's under Public Works and Engineering. So if you can stay to that, we will
Absolutely.
take public comment after we hear from the applicant and have some commissioner comment.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. I'd like to announce that we had an executive session immediately preceding this Board of Commissioners meeting tonight on October 27th, 2014, at which we discussed matters of litigation, personnel, and real estate.
I'll
Next,
move the approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
we have a consent agenda, which we give an opportunity for residents or commissioners to remove items from if they think it deserves debate or explanation. I've had a resident request that we remove item B, Staff Traffic Committee meeting minutes from September 17th, 2014. So we will remove that. Is there anybody else that would like to remove any item from the consent agenda? Okay. There's been a motion and a second to approve this agenda minus number B, letter B. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. And now let's go ahead and address the Staff Traffic Committee meeting minutes before we move on. I
I'll
would
move the
ask,
approval of
do
the Staff Traffic Committee meeting minutes.
we have a second?
Yeah,
Or
acceptance, not
acceptance
approval.
of Staff Traffic Committee meeting minutes.
I'll second it.
And if the resident who wanted to discuss this could come on up, Baron?
Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. I wanted to comment on item number 2, which was the request via the Board of Health for sidewalks on Conestoga and Brook Road, as well as a light and a crosswalk at Brook. I live on that corner, and I see plenty of people going to the trail, so I'm wholeheartedly in favor of the concept with those sidewalks and the crosswalk. What I wanted to bring it up is, the reason I brought it up is I wanted to see if it would make more sense to have the light at Conestoga and South Wayne in terms of also traffic, because traffic does back up there. I talked to staff before. If you accept the minutes and they proceed, they will look at what is the better of the both intersections, but I just wanted to bring that thought
Okay.
up, so whatever makes the most sense.
Great.
But I do wholeheartedly support that.
Well, thank you for that input. And we will take that into consideration as we move forward on this. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? They are accepted by a vote of 7-0. Okay, next we have some letters of commendation. First, for the Radnor Town Watch members. I'm going to invite those Town Watch members up, as well as Superintendent Colarulo and Lieutenant Flanagan, so we can do some recognition.
Lieutenant Block, you come up.
Tonight, we have a great privilege and a true honor to awards and recognize some very unsung heroes that operate silently in Radnor Township. And not only do they operate silently, but they've done it for so many years. We are currently helping refacilitate, rehabilitate Town Watch. These leaders of Town Watch still work very hard for the township as volunteers. Mr. Zinkowski, Chief Colarulo, we're helping them out with some electronic methods, new patrol car for them to utilize, and really trying to put Town Watch back in the forefront as they always have been. We have some special awards here. This award is hereby presented for outstanding community service for 37 years of volunteering to Radnor Town Watch. It is not often that a citizen has dedication and determination to volunteer for one cause for that amount of time like Town Watch. Whereas the members of Radnor Town Watch volunteer to help suppress crime and to watch out for criminal activity when on patrol. This dedicated group of volunteers are the eyes and ears of the police department and serve the Radnor community in a very special way. I'd like to award Gene Bascom and Lou Gaskins 37 years of service. They only outdid Mr. Chapman with 36 years of service. You're welcome. And we have a tie. Sam Horsey and Charles Harper Jr., 25 years of service.
Just going to get a quick picture. Everybody want to come in? Okay. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Standing ovation. Standing ovation, well deserved. Again, we want to thank Town Watch and their unbelievable service to Radnor Township. The next award presented, we'd ask that the Delaware County Women Against Rape, their team, please come up. The Delaware County Women Against Rape, also known as the DCWAR agency, was established in 1974 to help people of all ages, both men and women, in Delaware County. In 2001, the DCWAR began to provide new services to other victims of serious crimes in our county, and that subdivision is now known as the Crime Victim Services. The DCWAR and the CVS also assist those victims of physical assault, robbery, burglary, arson, as well as surviving family members of homicide. The DCWAR has assisted the Radnor Police and the Radnor residents for many years with a number of very complex cases. The entire Radnor community and Delaware County have greatly benefited from those standing behind us and the rest of their team. We would like to honor them with this Community Service Award for their unbelievable service to our county and Radnor Township. You guys want to jump up and get a picture with us?
On behalf of Delaware County Women Against Rape. Oh, okay. I would like to thank the Radnor Township, particularly the Radnor Township Police Department. We really are a team with the police department and the local hospital SANE nurses and our team who go out to hospitals and to police departments 24 hours a day to be with victims, to support them through this process. And the Radnor Township Police Department is really a partner with us in this endeavor, and we thank them very much for their support.
Why don't you guys jump up a little bit and get a picture? You guys still well deserved, thank you. Hop in there and get a picture with the chief. You go in the front, you're shorter than me. Sorry. There we go.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you guys all.
All right, next we have a presentation from our consultant, RETTEW. Steve Gabriel is here. And before Steve starts, I'm going to ask our manager to introduce this project and how we got here and give us a little brief background on what we're going to hear tonight.
Before we do that, Elaine, can we set time limit? We have a long agenda. My sense is we shouldn't be discussing this matter on a night when we have such other heady matters. I don't know if others agree or
I don't believe
disagree.
this is going to be a long presentation.
Okay, can we set time limits? How long is this going to be?
I don't know, but if it gets to be too lengthy, we'll wrap it up.
Well,
Okay.
I would move, I'd move that we table this for another night.
10 minutes?
10
Is
minutes.
10 minutes reasonable?
All right?
5
Is that all right
minutes?
with you guys?
Really, all I want to do tonight is just
Steve,
submit this to you.
Before, if we can.
Goodbye.
This is an item that has been in front of the board, this topic, for well over 2 years that we've been discussing this. This here is based on the work that the board has asked them to do. I thought it would be important for RETTEW to give an update. What they are going to present this evening is information for the board to take, review this, digest it. We will put it out onto the website for everyone to look at. We are not looking for the board for any decision, any discussion. This is presentation of information to keep the public aware of what is taking place, and especially as the board has pointed out in regards to transparency and the optics of this project, I think it's important for RETTEW to be able to present this information without any decision that's being required of the board as this process goes along. So this will be which Steve had talked about, a 10-minute presentation. We'll take it, we'll post it to the website. The board will take this with them. You can review this with your residents or whomever you'd like to and get the information out.
Thank you, Bob. All right, would you like to proceed?
Very good. Let me hand these out because,
Great.
as I said,
You can
we're
hand them to me and I'll-
we're just submitting.
Pass them along.
The progress report is also displayed on the screens. I also have extra copies, hard copies, for anyone who would like them here at the table, and they will be posted on the website. So, thank you, Madam President, and good evening, everyone. What you have in front of you is really a progress report on our analysis, your assignment from August the 18th, to take a look at how can we improve the PLO zoning district without causing an increased traffic problem. What this report tries to lay out is a little bit of background for you, and then we get into some of the details of analysis. On this first page, is a list of, really just to bring you up to speed on the tasks that we've completed so far. Those tasks include 5 public meetings with PLO, Plan Laboratory Office, zoning district property owners, interested residents, and a town hall meeting here on September the 29th, excuse me, with about 30 residents. We've also looked at what other kinds of principal uses could be included in the PLO zoning district that would nicely complement office uses. We performed our own traffic counts along King of Prussia Road, at key intersections along King of Prussia Road, and also the I-476 ramps on Lancaster Avenue. Done a lot of other analysis of traffic study information, both our own counts as well as traffic study information that Biomed Realty has presented as part of a plan submittal, information that Brandywine Realty performed traffic counts in 2013. And then we try to look at, and you'll see a table later on in the report that shows different combinations of other kinds of principal uses, in addition to office uses, that might fit within the PLO, for one, and also generate similar amounts of traffic when you combine them all together. Turning to page 2, we've got 2 principal tables displayed on page 2, and as we went through this analysis, it became clear to us that traffic was really the key element in what we've been doing, and that's where we've focused so far. The first table that you see displayed in the report projects and is a table of the existing buildings at the Biomed site. And we focused initially on the Biomed site because it's been the focus of a lot of discussion, and there's actually a lot of data available to try and make some comparisons with. But that first table really just looks at the current traffic impact study that was presented as part of their plan submittal, based on May 2012 traffic counts for the facility as it stood then and as it exists today. At that time, almost 250,000 square feet of space was occupied, and another 177,000 space was vacant. Their counts indicated in the AM peak hour, and you can see that information displayed. What we tried to do then was project what kind of trip rate would be generated by the rest of the vacant space on the same basis as the rate that was generated in the occupied space to come up with a total. So that first table really just kind of gives you a sense of traffic generated by the existing facilities in a lab office setting, similar to what existed there in 2012 on the Biomed site. The next table then looks at shifting the focus to office uses and utilizing the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE, traffic data and the trip generation that they have been able to develop over time based on different projects. How many trips are generated by a strictly office use? And what we've tried to display there is 3 different sizes: 250,000 square feet of floor area, 400,000 square feet of floor area, and 550,000 square feet of floor area. Those 3 different sizes of office space represent really the range of development proposals that have been talked about, that have been submitted, that have been analyzed and scrutinized for the Biomed site. 250,000 square feet, give or take, is where we see plans that have come in with all surface parking. 550,000 square feet is the current submittal, and where most of the parking is underground. 400,000 square feet strikes a happy medium, both in terms of the amount of square feet, as well as how much parking needs to be underground in order to serve that site. So just try to give you a sense of how those fall and the number of trips that they would generate based, again, on the ITE trip generation manual. If you then turn to the next page, and let me scroll down. At the top is the ITE trip generation data for a variety of principal uses, ranging from general office, medical and dental office, 3 different types of residential, hotel, general retail, a fitness center, and a restaurant. But you can see there displayed are a wide range of sizes for each of those uses and the amount of trips that are generated in the AM or PM peak hours, depending upon the size of each of those uses. Then a little bit further down are 4 development scenarios. Again, using the ITE trip generation rates, and we tried to show a combination of uses, each one with some sort of general office combined with some other uses like hotel, a restaurant, fitness club in one location, hotel in another. And the first 2 development scenarios, number 1 and 2, those trips, the total trips are compared with office at 400,000 square feet, and the trips that are generated by that. Scenarios 3 and 4 are compared against office at 550,000 square feet, and the trips generated by that. You'll see that some of the combinations fit nicely in terms of the number of trips by purely office is equivalent to the combination. In other cases, it allows you, the number of trips might be in excess with the combination, but it would allow you to mix and match to come up with some scenario, some mixed-use scenario that would have equivalent trips to a purely office development. At the very back of the report is a table and a key map showing you where traffic counts were taken by RETTEW on October 7th, earlier this month, by Brandywine and its traffic engineer in May of 2013, and then by Biomed and its traffic engineer in May of 2012. Couple things to point out. One is that when you look at that table, what's really, I think, compelling is that the numbers, the actual traffic counts across all three traffic count analyses are very, very similar, very comparable. You'll see the numbers in terms of left turns, right turns, AM peak hour, PM peak hour are, while, I mean, I think in one case they're actually on the nose, they're the same number. But three different entities doing the counts at three different times. The time of month and year, fairly effective times for those to be taken to eliminate things like vacations and other kinds of special traffic movement. And we found those to be very comparable, which I think is just a good indication that, at least in terms of the traffic data that you've been presented over the years, it's been good, solid data. Nobody's cooking the books. One field observation to add, which I think is just important for everybody to understand, is that we did do a tour of the entire PLO zoning district one day earlier this month, middle of the week, weekday, right before lunch. And we looked at all 7 properties, all 6 of the office properties in particular, and the 5 that are occupied, and every one of them was fully parked. There were very few empty parking spaces available at any one of those sites, including the corporate center. So they are operating at full capacity. They are parked at full capacity, it appears. The key issue that I think is important to share now, and certainly one for everyone, the commissioners, staff, and residents to think about, is that when you look at the ITE traffic generation rates, and we have tried to verify those with actual data locally to compare square feet, number of trips generated, seems to work out reasonably well. If there were a 400,000 square foot office built on the Biomed site, for example, that site would generate a total of 580 AM peak hour trips. Based on the ITE projections. The existing traffic counts that RETTEW did, that Brandywine did, and as well as Biomed's, indicate that there are roughly 1,500 trips currently at that location on King of Prussia Road in the AM peak hour, and 1,500 trips also in the PM peak hour. Those counts are right at King of Prussia Road at Raider Road and the Biomed Center entrance as it exists today. So that's more than a third increase over the current traffic conditions, traffic numbers, traffic trips within the peak hours. For a 550,000 square foot office space, the ITE projections indicate 750 trips in the AM peak hour, as compared to the currently existing 1,500 trips on King of Prussia Road at Raider Road. So in terms of number of trips generated by an office development at the Biomed site, it will have a significant impact on the number of trips currently out there. Two other things to mention as far as traffic goes. There are a number of improvements that'll be necessary for at least on-site along King of Prussia Road, regardless of what size office development might ultimately be built at the Biomed site. Right now, the plan submittal that Biomed has put forth includes a listing of the improvements that are necessary simply to achieve the required by ordinance level of C, level of service C, by the year 2017 at area intersections. Those improvements include triple left-hand turns, double right-hand turns, triple through lanes at a number of the intersections surrounding that site. And the concern there is that when you can build triple left turn lanes, for example, but if you have a triple left turn lane, and I believe the plan calls for this, heading eastbound on Lancaster Avenue, turning left onto King of Prussia Road, there may not be enough room for King of Prussia Road to receive those 3 left turn lanes, to do it safely and to do it in a proper width and a proper distance. Similarly, to try, what we've talked about, I think, in the past with the PLO zoning district, adding some density bonuses in exchange, perhaps, one idea in exchange for some other traffic improvements. But it appears, based on just the levels of traffic that currently exist out there right now, I mean, there's 35,000 cars a day riding on Lancaster Avenue at King of Prussia Road. Those levels of travel currently make the kind of improvements that would be necessary to provide density bonuses would be so huge that economically they might not be feasible, as well as the amount of density bonus that you'd have to give to a developer would result, I think, in development that would not be desirable. So far, what we're seeing is really a need to focus on what the existing PLO is about, and to focus there, and continue to have discussions on the rest of what might take place. We have looked at zoning apart from the traffic. There are some things in the ordinance that we think could be modified to improve the language in the PLO zoning district, clarifying the language regarding building length, separation distance, and conditions under which buildings can be connected, clarifying the definitions for lot area, site area, and buildings to help address that right-of-way issue, what right-of-way can be used when and how, and also clarifying the parking standard for office uses, so we know whether or not it applies to each and every building in a development or just the total development as a whole. But I'm going to stop right here. I just wanted to walk you through that, give you a little bit of a sense of what was contained in here. We've had good public input so far. This has been a good process, good interaction with Commissioner Booker and the town hall meeting. So we're ready to continue to have discussion with the board at a future meeting, talk about further analysis if that's desired, or get ready for decision-making if that's where the board is. So.
Well, thank you. This is very interesting and very helpful. So I think we'll all take this, we'll digest it, we'll discuss what we're going to do, and at probably a very upcoming meeting very soon, we'll take action on what to do next, what the next step is.
And in the meantime, if you have questions, by all means, let us know. We'll be glad to work on them, get answers to questions for the next meeting or before that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for presenting. All right. Next on our agenda, we have a presentation from our police department about the proposed police narcotics unit. So I'm going to...
Yes, Madam President, as you remember last week when this item was discussed at the preliminary budget meeting, Ms. Pilling from Garrett Avenue asked about the formulation of a narcotics unit and the need for it. Based on the Commissioner's request and the Township Manager's request, you asked for the presentation. This presentation is a PowerPoint that was originally created by the narcotics unit. However, for the purposes of confidentiality, they can't be seen on television. So Lieutenant Andy Block is going to have this presentation. Also, he's going to show you a couple of items that were seized at a drug raid that happened a couple of months ago at a location that's about 2 blocks from this township building. So I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Block.
Thank you, Superintendent Colorado. Good evening, Commissioners. I want to thank you for taking the time to let us come in and make this brief presentation on the reasons and the basis why we feel we need a narcotics unit, a full-time narcotics unit here in the township. Establishing a full-time narcotics unit for the police department, there are several reasons, and we feel this will be beneficial for the residents and the citizens of Radnor Township. To give you some background, in June of 2011, we had the opportunity to have 3 officers sworn in with the Delaware County District Attorney's Office, specifically on the Drug Task Force. The purpose of the Drug Task Force is to augment our enforcement efforts in not only Radnor Township, but other parts of Delaware County. So at that time, we had the opportunity to have 3 officers placed on the team. It had several benefits, not only for the enforcement within the township, but the District Attorney's Office was able to expertly train these officers on what to look for and handle separate narcotics investigations outside of what our daily responsibilities are as police officers in Radnor Township. Since that time that they were elected to the team, there's been over 155 criminal cases directly involving illegal narcotics that have been investigated by our officers. 70 of those cases have occurred within Radnor Township. To give you some history on it, in 2011, on the outside, there were 26 cases. I'm sorry, 13 cases. Inside, there were 13 cases for a total of 26. In 2012, we had 73 total cases, with 54 were outside the township, 18 inside. In 2013, there were 36 total cases, with 22 being outside, 14 in the township. And in 2014, right now, we have 25 cases here to date that have been handled inside the township. So what we're seeing here is when they first got on the team, they were developing their expertise. And as a result of that expertise, the cases have transferred from being in the county into Radnor Township. And specifically, we're dealing with situations where it's possession with the intent to deliver when these arrests occur. As I stated, the graph demonstrates that the larger portion of the officers' earliest activities were spent learning in other parts of Delaware County, bringing that expertise back to Radnor Township. It's broadened and refined the skills of our narcotics officers, and it is a dangerous business, so the skills and the safety that goes along with that is extremely important. In 2014, officers assigned to the police department's narcotics units are now able to use that expertise to deal with the illegal narcotics that are within the township. And the incident rate and the data increases that are there are significant in the illegal drug activity within the township. Simply because we have the people to investigate it now, we're able to root out who's bringing the drugs in and who's dealing them within the township. And that's some of the reasons and justifications we feel a full-time narcotics unit should be implemented within the ranks of the police department. There's some notable investigations, and at this time I'm going to ask Detective Schreiber and Detective Sanliquito to step up. They're going to place 2 items on the table up here that are made safe, but these were items that were picked up in an investigation that occurred, if you direct your attention to the screen, in January of 2014. We had information received that there were 2 individuals that were living in the 200 block of Ivan Avenue, specifically at 266 Ivan Avenue, which is the Radwin apartment, or the Radnor Crossing Apartments, I'm sorry. We had information received that they were dealing drugs out of the apartment, where there was walk-up business going on at that time. Our narcotics officers began the investigation, and as a result of that, in January, there were 225 individual OxyContin pills that were seized in the apartment itself after a search warrant was obtained. There was marijuana seized, and what you see on the table here is a Mossberg shotgun and a bulletproof vest that were inside the apartment while the investigation was ongoing. We had officers that were making the controlled buys at the apartment itself. There were $7,170 worth of U.S. currency that was seized in the raid itself in the investigation, and 2 people were taken into custody and arrested and charged with the crimes. What was unique about this is we had the intelligence information on it at the time when the officers went up to execute the search warrants. We actually used our tactical team to go up and make the entry into the apartment based on the weapons that were in there, because there's a direct link. Usually when there is drug transactions that are going on and it's a possession with the intent to deliver, there are always weapons usually associated with it. So
Excuse me 1 second, Lieutenant. Also, just to give the board and the audience more information, one of the individuals that was arrested for dealing the drugs has subsequently overdosed and died of heroin. So you could see the danger not only to the people that are involved in the game, but the danger it presents to the community as a whole.
Thank you, Chief. And as I stated, it presents a clear and present danger here when individuals are holding ballistic vests and shotguns in their residence while they're dealing in narcotics. In February of 2014, at the Radwin Apartments, there was information received that there was ongoing dealings in the parking lot and out of one of the apartments down there. As a result, our narcotics officers ended up seizing 98 individual bags of heroin, 6 grams of marijuana, and they confiscated $2,309 in U.S. currency, and there were also 2 subjects arrested in this investigation. In April of 2014, we received information that there was ongoing sales in the Wawa parking lot at 215 on Lancaster Avenue in Wayne. As a result of that investigation, there were 150 individual stamps of LSD that were confiscated, and they're essentially all that you need to do is lick the LSD stamp, and it's an immediate situation for the ingestion into a person's body. There was also 2 capsules of MDMA, which is the street name is Molly, and that is a form of ecstasy. And there was $190 in U.S. currency seized, and 1 person was taken into custody, the person that was dealing this in the parking lot. On June of 2014, we received information that there was drug transactions that were commonly occurring down in the parking lot of 815 East Lancaster Avenue, which is the Nova Mediterranean Grill, in very close proximity to Villanova University. Officers went down, they conducted surveillance at that location. As a result of it, there were 161 bags of heroin were seized as a drug transaction was occurring in the parking lot. There were 39 various prescription pills that were picked up and $721 in U.S. currency. And with respect to this investigation, the 2 individuals that were arrested for the crimes were actually working at the campus corner. So while they were working, they would come out, they would engage the dealer in the car, make the purchase, and then go back into work. So not only is there an immediate threat to their health, safety, and welfare, but now they're in there, they're dealing with the narcotics and they're preparing food. So it can be passed on to innocent individuals that are coming in to purchase food. In July of 2014, we received information that there had been an ongoing sale of marijuana and crack up at the McDonald's at 516 West Lancaster Avenue in Wayne. The narcotics officers went up there, they conducted surveillance, they identified the individual that was making these transactions where he would come out into the parking lot, and as a result of their investigation, there were 74 individual Ziploc bags of crack cocaine seized and $152 in U.S. currency. The person was subsequently taken and arrested and are still in Delaware County Prison awaiting sentencing on the charges. And in September 14, most recently, right here, right behind the Township building at the Regency Apartments, 313 Creek Drive, we had received information from several people in the area that 2 of the residents were actually dealing drugs in the apartment building and coming out and making deliveries in the parking lot. Narcotics officers set up the surveillance in the parking lot. They were actually able to make contact with one of the individuals that was actually making the transactions. And as a result of that, there were 15 individual bags of cocaine that were seized, $875 in U.S. currency, 2 blank prescription pads, and 2 persons were arrested. And I can tell you on this situation, the 2 people that were arrested were recidivists. This is not the first time we had them. Previously, they were involved in a situation with Penn Medicine where they were writing fictitious prescriptions and verifying it at the different pharmacies throughout Radnor Township. So they were known to us, both female individuals, and we took them into custody, and they are still in prison right now because there's what's known as back time from the other charges that they were convicted of. So they have new charges, and they've been violated on their probation. So there's several different investigations just in this calendar year that the narcotics officers have investigated and been very successful on clearing them and making an arrest. The highlights here are to basically demonstrate the various types of hard narcotics that are coming into the community. And I think the testimony is here with the investigations that we have and what the narcotics officers are encountering right now inside the township and being sold as marijuana, crack cocaine, heroin, oxycodone, which is the narcotic prescription with the opiates, LSD, Molly, methamphetamine, and most recently from the HIDTA people, which is the high intensity drug trafficking officials for Philadelphia, Camden, and Baltimore. Their concerns are right now that we may see an uptick with crystal methamphetamine coming into the township. That's not something, or to the region, that's not something we're accustomed to seeing here, but they have information and they have a fear that we're going to start seeing that. So we talk about the narcotics abuse and the quality of life in Radnor Township. In 3 years, obviously, our expertise has really been refined with respect to the narcotics investigations. Prior to having this, there were 140 narcotics arrests made by the police department. And what was happening after that was occurring is most of the cases ended with a simple possession charge, and then they were pled out in the Court of Common Pleas in Delaware County. There was no further investigations conducted. Our narcotics officers have the ability to further those investigations to find out where, in fact, those drugs were coming from. And as a result of that, the crimes of narcotic sales and the possession, it creates a direct nexus that supports other crimes that occur within the township and in the region. And that also affects our community of life for the Radnor Township residents. And some of those crimes I have up on the screens right now, there is a direct nexus with respect to the robberies that will occur from time to time to support their drug habits of the offenders committing them. Burglary, thefts from vehicles, car burglaries, driving under the influence, public intoxications, and the other thing we do see with respect to the overdosing is medical emergencies, and sometimes that results in sudden death. So we believe by aggressively enforcing the people that are coming into this township and doing the illegal sale of narcotics, if they are arrested and taken off the street, we can have a positive effect on the quality of life for our residents in Radnor. Some forfeitures, this is the byproduct of some of the things that our narcotics officers do, but in conjunction with the District Attorney's Office and the Attorney General's Office, when an arrest is made and there are convictions, if there are assets that are seized, many times they are distributed by the courts after the person is found or the persons are found guilty. So there is some benefit that does come back to Radnor Township from time to time. Since the inception, there's been over $29,000 during the course of the investigations that has been seized. And in addition to that, right now, Radnor Township is estimated to receive over $14,000 with respect to those investigations and the seizures. But it takes a while to have it adjudicated by the courts. The Radnor Township Narcotics Unit, the account that we have, and that money is separate from all other accounts that come in. It currently has a balance of about $5,400. There's an additional $6,400 that we are waiting to arrive before the end of the year. We take this money and it's specific on what we can spend it for, but it's directly related to the equipment that's used for officer safety, narcotics investigations, SWAT gear, weapons accessory, and it can also be used for training specifically for drug recognition investigations. So there is a benefit, but it's a secondary benefit of the narcotics unit itself. The narcotics operation and what we are requesting is the establishment of the full-time narcotics unit within the police department with 3 officers. The implementation of that unit, if it is approved, would not occur until their positions are backfilled in the patrol division. So it would require hiring the officers, training them, and once they complete their FTO training, their field training officers program, they would be assigned to the patrol division, and then we would move those selected officers into the full-time narcotics unit. They would basically work a 40-hour work week with the great ability to be able to flex their schedules based on the investigations and the trends that we're experiencing within the township. And again, if there's any overtime that's associated with it, it will be reimbursed by the Delaware County District Attorney's Office through the grant program that they have. So I would open this up to questions if you have any questions at this time.
Yeah, I have one. Can you tell us surrounding communities who has a narcotics unit, who does not have a narcotics unit?
In Delaware County, the majority of the townships operate the way we're operating right now, is where they have officers assigned to the task force. I know Lower Merion Police Department has a narcotics investigation unit. Upper Merion Police Department has a full-time narcotics investigation unit. Haverford Township works at part-time. Upper Darby has their own narcotics investigation unit as well. So there's some of the departments that are contiguous to Radnor that are committed to the narcotics enforcement.
What's Tradifferent do?
Tradifferent works hand in hand with their district attorney's office as well. Chester County, each county is a little bit different on how they receive their funding. Delaware County receives grant funding from the Attorney General's office, and Delaware County implements the drug task force. That's how they spend it. But each county has different parameters that they can spend that money for as a prevention or enforcement. So Tradifferent has 1 or 2 officers that works from time to time with the district attorney's office and their drug enforcement squads.
Lieutenant, is it your opinion that we could continue to make progress with this program without hiring 3 new?
Currently, the way it stands right now, President Schaefer, is we do have the 3 officers on a part-time basis that are doing these investigations, but it's limited on the times that they can go out. Sometimes we do get information with respect to what's occurring. There's some trends that are coming into the township, and they're not readily available simply because they're working the patrol division or they're simply off. So trying to put together this unit, I think, is going to be extremely beneficial if we build this unit up and put it in place for the township, for the residents.
And Madam
specifically.
President, there's also a couple other issues to consider. There's a burnout factor, like the lieutenant alluded to. They could only do the narcotics investigations in addition to their normal 40-hour work week. And also there's a possibility that they can start to get recognized, because when they're not doing narcotics, they're doing uniform patrol, and that was already a situation that happened. So if we continue the way it is, which we can possibly do a little bit longer, there would have to be a turnover because the officers would get burned out, they would get recognized, and I can't risk them getting hurt.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Lieutenant, I guess there's no way of baselining, like, what amount of crime was related to drugs and drug trafficking prior to us stepping up as what we're talking about now?
I can tell you with respect to the burglary and the violent crimes, when we do clear those arrests, when I say clear, we make the arrest, we bring the individuals in, we interview them. Well over 80% of the time, it's drug related. There is a drug component involved in those crimes. So the nexus is there. With the way they're working on the drug task force right now in their training, the same trending is going on in other parts of the county when they're out doing investigations with other jurisdictions. And you know, we exchange right now where other officers will come into Radnor to do that as well. But again, it's on a very limited basis, but there is a direct nexus there in 80% of the crimes that are committed.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Would this be a permanent unit that would go forever, or would this go for so long and then be dismantled when it's been effective?
It's an excellent question, Commissioner. I would love to be able to sit here tonight and tell you that this unit would only be a temporary unit and we wouldn't need them. But the way the trending is going with drug transactions, I do believe that it will be a full-time unit for many years to come. So once it's put into place, I think they're going to have more than enough work based on what we're seeing trend-wise right now, that it will be there.
And Commissioner Booker, I'm sorry, and also to piggyback on what the lieutenant said, we are always reorganizing our department. In fact, when I got here with the permission of the township manager, we got rid of a few positions. We limited the number of sergeants and corporals that we've had to streamline our effectiveness. So we're always evaluating the usefulness of these different units. And if there is a need, obviously we would continue. If we feel that it's not beneficial to the community, then we would reorganize our organizational chart again.
Lieutenant, we recently hired 2 new officers. We swore them in the last few meetings. How long is their training program?
Once they are sworn in, they have a 15-week training program. There's 3 weeks that occurs within in-house training where they're given policy procedure. They go through their firearms and use of force training, and then they'll have generally 12 weeks on the street with a training officer, provided they successfully complete the program, which they do in most cases, and then they're given a solo assignment.
So we're probably talking realistically May, April?
I would say mid-year, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Most likely by the end of June, based on the hiring principles.
Well, one of the things I'm thinking is, since we have hired new officers and can head that way, rather than authorizing that unit now, we can work our way into it so it's a 2016 issue, and we start, heading that direction.
No, absolutely. If we were to consider this in 2015, like I said, it would be at least June before it would be able to be up and running by itself based on the hiring standards that we have for the patrol division.
Lieutenant Block, and excuse my ignorance here, what is the size of our investigative unit now? Is it 2 persons or?
The detective bureau
not
or
the detectives?
The detective, right now we have 3 full-time
3.
detectives, and we also have a part-time detective. When I say part-time, we bring officers in from the street and we assign them there on a temporary basis for 3 to 4 months to get the criminal investigation training, and then they go back out to patrol, which is an excellent program.
And I mean, based on my read, the police department handles thousands of complaints a month, a year. The only comment or question I would pose is, would it make sense to bolster the detective unit so that they're able to do both types of cases standard detective work, but also the narcotics. And because we may not be able to afford 3 new officers, but the possibility of adding detectives would maybe bolster the investigations unit, and then therefore, and again, I'm speaking with no knowledge of if that would even work. You know, is that plausible to?
We have, that's why we have the drug task force officers now, so they have that the particular expertise, if you will. The detectives in this township are generalists, and that's an excellent thing, because anything that comes down the road as far as criminal investigations are concerned, they handle it. If it's a robbery, the detective that's on call handles that. If it's a burglary, they handle it. If it's a sexual assault. Other jurisdictions, other towns have specialists. So if you call up and you say, I need to talk to a detective about a burglary, well, that's Detective so-and-so, they're not available. Well, where does that leave the citizen in a bad situation? So they are more ingrained in the investigation of the crimes itself, where the drug task force is out there actively developing sources and bringing those individuals down that are selling the drugs. So it's all tied into crime, but there are 2 different divisions, and it would be difficult just to have the Detective Bureau by itself to do the drug investigations.
I have 1 or 2 questions. How many hours per week are they, the 3 people working now on drugs?
It will range, Commissioner, depending on the different types of investigations that are coming in and their work schedules. Sometimes they're limited on when they can get out, and each month it ranges. So at this point, we've had 25 cases just this year alone. And each case, usually you're anywhere from 3 to 10 hours per case. So if you go on the maximum side of it, you know, they have 250, 300 hours, and that's not just for one officer. You know, times that by 3, simply because usually there's 3 of them working when they go out and they're conducting the investigation. There's a contact, and then there's surveillance, and then there's security. That's how they end up working these different investigations, depending on where it's occurring and what location. So you know, they could have close to 1,000 hours thus far. And right now, that's reimbursed by the district attorney's office.
And they do this after their regular shift? They work 8 hours in patrol?
They're assigned to the patrol division, which is 12-hour shifts.
12 hours.
So either after their shift or on their days off, they may go, or they may flex out. They may come to me and say that they have a lead on something and they're going to be excused from their duty, provided we have enough staffing in the township. They go and they handle that, and they come back and then they finish their shift. Because it's not a 9-to-5 job, unfortunately, sadly, in the drug business.
But whatever
it's 24 hours a day.
Whatever they're spending on drugs, arrests, interdictions, and so forth, is all part-time, except when you have this request for flex time. And secondly, it's all reimbursed by the county.
Right now it is, because when they go out on this, they're out on overtime. It's an overtime function, simply because their primary function are patrol officers right now. So when they leave to do this, it's all overtime under the collective bargaining agreement and the grant allocation.
And so if we grant you this request, then we'll lose that county underwriting of their time.
No, sir. They'll still be there. Anything above the 40 hours that's put in the township, or if it's an investigation in another part of the county, then it will qualify under that overtime.
Overtime, but if we grant your request to hire 3 new people, slots, approves 3 slots for narcotics task force, that's all Radnor Township budget money, not county money.
Correct. The 3 new officers will be used to backfill the positions in patrol when they're assigned to the unit itself.
But I think the issue is how much overtime you think those 3 officers will be spending, in addition to how much overtime you anticipate?
Right now, last year's reimbursement was well over, close to $20,000. It was over $18,000. That was the overtime from 2013, and we're trending the same way right now for 2014. So it's significant on what we're being reimbursed by the county, which helps us, obviously, with the investigations that we're having.
No, but I mean, we hire 3 we have a narcotics unit, we hire 3 people, they're working full-time.
Correct.
How much overtime are they going to have, the unit's going to have? They're going to have overtime, right?
Again, that overtime is paid by the district attorney's office.
No.
Once we get into the overtime mode, if it's drug-related, that overtime is all paid for by the DA's office.
But the issue is, are they going to be able to do their job on a regular pay, or is there going to be overtime generated by
they're going to do their job on the regular pay. They have to do the 40 hours. That's their work week. If there's
I'm talking
work
about their
that's-
workload. What do you consider the workload? Do you think 3 officers working full-time will not have much overtime because they'll be able to do it on regular, or they're going to have to work overtime?
It depends on where and when it's happening.
Yeah.
They may work an 8-hour day and just get off and find out that a source that they were working or they're returning turns up and something they have to act on right away, so it requires them to come back. Flexibility is the key with the narcotics unit, and they're well aware of that. The officers are well versed in that.
And the other issue is if we have a narcotics unit that's working here, they could get paid overtime for working elsewhere in the county they would work elsewhere in the county?
Correct.
So,
And it works both ways. If we have something that's pretty significant, or if there's another drug task force officer in another jurisdiction gets information that it's coming into Radnor, or they have a source in Radnor, it works. We work together on it. So it's about
I think we
networking.
have to move along, but I want to thank you immensely for coming and doing this presentation and taking time out of your schedules. This is very, very helpful information to us in making our decisions about how we're going to fund our budget. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. Have a good evening.
All right. Next, we're going to move along to our committee reports, and we will start with Public Works and Engineering with Commissioner Higgins. And I just want to remind you, Commissioner Higgins, that we're moving item D to the first item that we'll treat under Public Works.
Well, you're going to have to give me a minute. It's buried way back in, well, in any event, this is a proposed resolution 2014-98, a final resolution approving the lot line change plan for 560 to 564 Maplewood Avenue. So I move its approval.
Second.
Is there anybody here from the developers organization?
Perhaps
Staff.
Mr. Norsini, can you handle this, or Mr.?
Sure, we do have the attorney from the applicant is here, Denise Yarnoff. This is it is literally a lot change, a line on a piece of paper. There was a minimal involved with it from a staff time, and we would recommend its approval as is.
Do you have anything that you'd like to, are you the attorney on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Denise Yarnoff. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and we've gone through the process, and there's been a prepared resolution which is acceptable to us as well.
So basically, the neighbors bought the extra lot, they're splitting it in half and adding it to their
Correct.
lots. They're not building
Exactly.
anything on it, they're just making their lots bigger.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Is there any other comment from the commissioners? Any comment from staff? Any comment from the public? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 6-0 with Commissioner Nagel out of the room.
Thank you, and thank you for moving it up, too.
No problem.
All right, the next item is a caucus acting or...
A.
I'm sorry, okay. We're going to look at the proposal from Boy Scouts of America, Troop 284, regarding a house on the Wheeler Tract of the Ardrossan Farm, and the Wheeler Tract is a tract that the township has under an agreement of sale along with 2 other tracts at Ardrossan. And I see that we have Mr. Falcone and Mr. Jensen and one other gentleman here.
Good evening. Thank you, Commissioner. Dave Falcone here on behalf of Friends of Radnor 284, the troop in Radnor Township. I'll give a little bit of a background. I'll look to John Rice as well. We've had some discussions with the township and with John, and then I'll turn it over to the representatives from the troop to give a more formal presentation, specifically focusing on the use of the property, both historically as well as looking forward if this acquisition goes forward. As the board is fully aware, you're going to be purchasing the Wheeler Tract from Eddie Scott and the Ardrossan Farm. Out of that tract, the troop is looking to acquire approximately 2.2 acres plus or minus based on how the grant falls out. Once that acquisition is made, I believe, or prior to that, the township will take the property through a subdivision process to carve off these 2 acres, 2+ acres, so that the Boy Scouts can purchase them. And just in the last few days, developments have unfolded that it's possible now we'll be acquiring the property directly from Eddie Scott's entity rather than from the township acquiring it. For our perspective, it doesn't make a difference who we purchase the property from. It's more about preserving the use, the size of the property, as well as access and impervious coverage and all the things the township is concerned about. We're also concerned about, we want to keep the property in its current state as much as possible while also addressing concerns from the neighbors, which we know there are, based on the current use. Most importantly, we're here tonight to express our formal interest to purchase the property from whoever the party might be and to explain to the board what our intended use of the property is after the subdivision is complete. We've also had some discussion on purchase price. Based on your grant, we understand now that we'll be purchasing the property based on the appraised value that the township is purchasing it from Eddie Scott. So we'll be purchasing directly from Eddie at that same value. Some of the concerns we had, which were expressed earlier on, was that the property will eventually be eased and any developable conditions that would be had when it was acquired will be removed during the subdivision process, which is what brought about the initial discussion for potentially reducing that purchase price. We know that that is no longer an option. That said, we do want to make sure that the uses that we have there today continue going forward and that we understand from both the township's perspective and ours that that won't change once we acquire ownership of the property. And that'll be all a condition of your subdivision of the parcel, I'm sure. We also want to address and focus on what our intentions are with very limited new development on the property, which is a very small porch on the existing house that's there, as well as a couple of small outbuildings to serve current use. So that was all presented to the township during informal discussions, but I wanted to make that public as well, that our intention is to continue that use, as well as to address parking needs. We understand that there are parking concerns on the site. We also understand that the ordinance requires a certain amount of parking spaces based on the square footage of meeting space. Our calculation roughly is that we would be required to have approximately 6 spaces. Is that correct? Based on our meeting space that we'll be using on site. Right now, we don't park 6 cars on site. What we do park is generally on grass. I know that that's not the approved and preferred method of parking. So those are things we also have to discuss, how the township would want us to handle paving and parking on site. We're willing to meet whatever the township would like, but we also understand that there are concerns with respect to impervious coverage. So we're responsive to all of it and willing to hear any concerns the township might have, but those are ours, and we're excited to move forward with the purchase. John, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Thanks.
I think the issue of what use is going forward is something that's got to be clarified. There's always been a discussion, and if there's a subdivision plan, there's always been a discussion about putting a conservation easement on the 2 acres before it would be conveyed to the Boy Scouts. The terms of that have to be resolved, and this board has to decide whether or not, since you have an agreement of sale to purchase that entire tract, I think Wheeler's about 27 acres, so this would carve off about 2.2 acres. The remainder then would be purchased with the bond issue, and the remainder also is subject to the grant from DCNR. There's $1 million grant that will be applied just against that particular parcel. So it's doable if the board is inclined to do this going forward. That's why Mr. Falcone is here tonight. There would have to be a subdivision process between now and mid-December or by the end of the year. It's a minor subdivision plan. There would have to be, there's some other details to be worked out, but before anyone goes forward with this, the 7 of you need to make a decision as to whether or not you want to go down this path.
Okay, before we get into the logistics discussion of the subdivision, can we hear from Troop 284
Sure.
about their plans?
One more point, though, that John just reminded me of. The troop has no opposition or objection to the property being conserved. That meets our needs, I know, as well as the township. So that's a welcomed easement on this property.
One other issue is the township does have a plan to put a trail easement across the entire Wheeler Tract, which would include whatever portion of this would be subdivided off for the Boy Scouts. So that's a detail that also has to be worked out, and I think that can be worked out during the subdivision. I know it can be worked out during the subdivision plan process, if the board approves that.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for having us present this evening. My name is Jay Bowden. I'm the Troop Committee Chairman of Radnor Troop 284 and Vice President of Radnor, Friends of Radnor 284. To my left is Eric Jansen, former Scoutmaster and board member of Friends of Radnor 284. First, I'd like to make it clear that there are two separate and distinct organizations we're discussing tonight. Radnor Troop 284 is part of the Boy Scouts of America and is chartered to Wayne Presbyterian Church. Friends of Radnor 284 is a 501c3 organization we formed to maintain the 284's presence in the cabin and create a permanent home for the continued service of the township. A little background about Eric and myself. We both grew up in Radnor Township and attended Radnor schools. We both joined Troop 284 in the 1970s. Eric joined in 1972, and I joined in 1976. Our parents and their families were involved in the community and in scouting. We're both Eagle Scouts, and over the past 15 years became involved with scouting again. Eric is Scoutmaster, and I serve as Troop Committee Chairman. Eric and his wife Laura have two sons. Kevin is an Eagle Scout and now attends UVA, and John is an active first-class Scout and is a 7th grader at the middle school. I have a son, Alex, who's a Life Scout, now a senior at Radnor High School. So we put together a use document that I'd like to share with you all this evening. Radnor Boy Scout Troop 284 has been holding its meetings and enjoying the use of the Scout Cabin and the surrounding 1-acre parcel on the land of the Ardrossan estate since 1960. The property in question is at the intersection of Godfrey Road and Darby Paoli Road in Radnor Township. Due to circumstances outside the troop's control, portions of the Ardrossan estate are to be sold to Radnor Township, including the parcel where the Scout Cabin stands. Friends of 284 is a not-for-profit Pennsylvania corporation established to support scouting and help preserve open space in Radnor Township. We seek to preserve and purchase approximately 2.3-acre parcel of land that includes the Scout Cabin. We seek to do this in order to guarantee a presence for scouting in Radnor Township for generations to come, and to continue scouting's mission of community service, youth development, and teaching youth outdoor skills, citizenship, and leadership. This letter is intended to further explain in detail the past, present, and potential future use of the Scout Cabin and its surrounding adjacent land by 284 and other scouting groups. So our current use, we meet weekly at the cabin on Saturday mornings from 8:30 to 10:30 throughout the year. Usually, a portion of the troop is in attendance with about 40 to 50 attendees. The troop is comprised mostly of boys 11 to 17 years old. In addition, adult leaders are present at the meetings. There are usually 4 or 5 of us in attendance. When we're in the field camping or during school breaks, meetings are not typically held. The activities conducted during these meetings are primarily focused on skills, leadership training, and practice, while working towards rank advancement and other awards. A full description of the Boy Scout Advancement Program can be found on the scouting.org website. It should also be noted that there are scouting activities that cannot be held during these meetings because of safety concerns, local ordinances, or access to resources. In all cases, the Guide to Safe Scouting is followed by Troop 284. In many cases, this will limit the activities Again, a guide can be found on the scouting.org website. Occasionally, after meetings, we have smaller breakout groups that provide focused instructions to groups of scouts. These are usually 1 to 2 hours in length and often occur indoors, typically with about 15 scouts. We rarely have younger scouts come participate, the Weeblo Scouts, in various campfires or other activities, and these occur a couple times per year. For convenience, Radnor Troop 284 will use the cabin for planning meetings prior to larger trips, etc., and all of our equipment is stored in the basement. The one large event we have per year is our June Roundup, which is our family barbecue picnic, usually held the first weekend in June. We typically have about 100 people attend that. So there are various concerns raised by our neighbors on Lawrence Lane, and we'd like to address those. One of the concerns is buffering, parking, pickup, and drop-off. They've also raised concerns about the conduct of our annual June family barbecue. In many cases, these concerns are shared by Friends of Radnor 284 also. We're eager to find solutions that allow us to continue our scouting activities and to enjoy the use of the cabin and its surrounding land, while at the same time minimizing the impact of our neighbors. For buffering, we will comply with Radnor Township zoning ordinances regarding buffering. We're open to discussions with the immediate adjacent neighbors on how best to do that. In fact, in the recent past, several of our scouts have participated in projects to improve the landscape adjacent to our neighbor's property, as well as to ease access to the scout cabin by building a stairway to Darby Paoli Road. We believe this demonstrates our spirit of goodwill as well as our focus on safety and our neighborliness. On-site parking. As Dave mentioned, we have current room for about 4 to 5 cars to park on-site. These spots are largely grass-covered with some loose stones. It's not our desire to increase on-site parking or to change its character, and we are open to discussions on how best to arrange on-site parking in a manner in keeping with the character of the land and our commitment to the preservation of open space. Parking, pickup, and drop-off on Lawrence Lane. Due to the limited nature of on-site parking, some attendees' cars, usually 5 or fewer, are parked on Lawrence Lane during the duration of our meetings and our June Roundup. Due to safety concerns, we routinely request that parents conduct pickup and drop-off on Lawrence Lane and not on Darby Paoli Road. This activity is usually limited to approximately 15 minutes before and after the Saturday meetings. In response to requests from our Lawrence Lane neighbors, we have directed parents not to use Lawrence Lane residences' driveways to turn around, but instead to drive to the end of the cul-de-sac and turn around. For our large events, during the June Roundup, there are a larger number of cars parked on Lawrence Lane during the duration of the barbecue, typically about 2 to 3 hours. In response to safety concerns raised by our neighbors, this past year, we asked Radnor Township Police to come out and ensure that all parking and access to the event was done safely and properly. We believe this solution worked well and demonstrated our willingness to listen to our neighbors' concerns and work with them to find workable solutions. We intend to continue to ask Radnor Police to be present at future large events. In addition, we are open to discussions that provide additional alternative parking options with easy walking distance. We also secured a portable toilet for our most recent June Roundup in response to comments from our neighbors, and this worked well. It's our intention to do this at future events. So some of the programming that we have on site. The current focus is on the Lawrence Lane side of the cabin. If we acquire the land, those activities would be moved to the northwest side of the cabin, which is flatter. This newly acquired land is somewhat flat and level and would be better suited for our program and activities. We think this would be a positive development for the neighbors, as it will reduce the level of direct contact we have with them, since much of the newly acquired land will be out of sight from the neighbors and further away. As outlined above, there are no plans to alter the current level or activity types. It should be noted that Scouting does not have a static program or list of activities. Over the years, Scouting has changed, and the boys involved in Scouting and Radnor Township may have evolved interest and activities may evolve as well. In the past 50-plus years, there has been limited camping, archery, map and compass events, pioneering projects, Scout skills competition, and any number of games and other activities associated with Scouting performed at the Scout cabin. We must make allowances for the fact that over the years, the troop activities will continue to change. In the event that any of these are disturbing to the neighbors, we remain open to discussion on how best to conduct our activities. At this time, our program activities have been and will continue to be subject to all local regulations and ordinances. Finally, our Lawrence Lane neighbors have expressed concern about potential expanded uses of the property. They have expressed particular concern regarding the activities envisioned by our fundraising documents and website. It's important to keep in mind that Scouting is a fluid program, and future Scout leaders will want to preserve the right to adapt to the needs of Radnor Scouts by adapting our activities to suit their interests and abilities. We believe that all of the potential future uses that we have identified in our fundraising efforts can be conducted on the to-be-acquired parcel with little or no impact to any of our neighbors. And we are open to working with the neighbors to minimize any effects upon them. We also understand that we will need to comply to all the laws, regulations, local ordinances, as well as BSA's guidelines to safe Scouting. With that being said, the activities imagined in those documents are speculative in nature, and there are no firm plans at either the troop or Friends of 284 at this time to engage in any of these activities in the future. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Solicitor Rice, let's clarify what we need to do tonight. If we would, my understanding is that if we'd like to preserve the possibility of a sale, we need to subdivide, and we would need to decide to direct that process to start
Correct.
tonight.
Yeah, there'd have to be a subdivision process by the township, since the township has an agreement of sale for the whole tract. So we have the right to say yay or nay on that. That subdivision plan would come back to you. The sale, I think, as it's contemplated now, would be directly from Eddie Scott's LP to the Boy Scout organization. So the township would not take title to this. That was an issue that I discussed with bond counsel, and the township could not take title to a piece of property with tax-exempt financing and then sell it at the same price or some other price to any organization without jeopardizing the taxability issue. So it's pretty clear that that has to be done that way, or the township would have to use other funds to purchase the 2 acres.
Okay, and the subdivision process, should we sanction it tonight or approve of it tonight, that would play out first through our planning commission and then come back to us.
Correct.
And that would be the venue where, as the equitable owner, we would seek conditions on the subdivision, for instance, the conservation easement or or parking solutions and whatnot.
And as the board that approves it's a minor subdivision, you have the right to attach conditions.
Okay.
I think the scouts are, the discussion that I've had with Mr. Falcone and different members, it's always been that the township would put a restrictive covenant or deed restriction on there that would limit pervious surfaces, expansions of the building. I would want to spell out specific uses also, as was just described by the representatives here, so that that does not become something else in the future or get sold to some other organization in the future and the uses change. My understanding is the scouts have been there for 40 or 50 years, more or less. So they've been operating there in the existing facility and I guess the adjacent grounds. This would provide about we calculated, township engineer calculated about 2.2 acres could be carved off without jeopardizing the township's grant application that they have with DCNR. That would be the maximum amount.
Okay, so
Can I get some clarity? I'm a little confused. Who makes the saldo application? ES3 or does the Board of Commissioners? Because we have a vested interest in the parcel because of an agreement of sale.
We would have to give the Boy Scouts the right to file that application. I mean, to some extent, it's a joint application, but I would have them as the applicant on the application. They're the ultimate buyer of this lot. There's an issue of who pays for that, who pays the fees and the costs that has to be resolved. I don't think that that's been discussed in a whole lot of detail. They would have to have an engineer engaged to do that subdivision because our engineer would review it as the township engineer.
So and this has to go to the Planning Commission?
Yes, and the county.
And the county, and has to get back to this board before the end of the year?
Yes.
Well, this would be a record. No offense, but I've never seen anything go through that process. And we're at the end we have 60 days.
Well, you had 560 Maplewood tonight, which appeared in front of you with no new improvements, a lot line change.
They had the engineer drawing. They had the drawings, though, right. the survey, the drawings.
Right.
Has anybody thought about avoiding all of this, not confusion, but all these steps by having a lease entered into between the township and the Boy Scouts?
Maybe I can address that. I would highly recommend against that because, again, this gets into the problem we have with Sapezio Gym, all these other issues where we've gotten into lease agreements, North Wayne Field. I would say we would not want to be in that situation to be able to get into that because then who is the responsibilities and the liabilities of maintenance and all of those types of things? I think it takes us into a whole nother realm.
There's another option. The owner of the land, I'll refer to it as ES3, would have the right to donate that piece to the Boy Scouts. Right? That's always an option.
Well, there's, that gets complicated since he has an agreement with the trusts.
Right.
And that's always an option. That has not been anything that I've discussed with the
just in fairness, this is the first official discussion of this with the Board of Commissioners, and it's very late in the game, so to speak. Right? We're 2 months away from potentially closing on a parcel that's been discussed for the last 8 years, in bits or pieces or parts or times. And I understand you didn't have the money, you didn't think maybe the vision wasn't there, maybe there were other options, but.
And there was some, I don't think anyone sitting up there, I certainly didn't expect that we would close on the overall 71 acres by the end of the year. We were always looking at the first quarter of 2015. So, that sort of puts the other wheels in motion in this particular issue. It's doable, but before it goes beyond tonight, this board needs to sanction it, and that's why the Boy Scouts are here.
So So we would need a motion tonight to authorize staff to move to file for subdivision.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and make that motion. Oh, yeah. We'll get the motion on the floor, and then we'll discuss, and then we have public comment. But if there's no motion on the floor, we don't start the comment. So I've made the motion. It needs to be seconded before we can discuss it. Is there any commissioner who'd like to discuss it?
I just for the sense of brevity tonight, I just want to stress that if this were to go forward in subdivision, that goes to the Planning Commission. That's where lots of public comment needs to happen, because that's where the first step. Not necessarily here. Then it comes back to the Board of Commissioners for approval. Then certainly come back. More public comment.
And
but tonight,
also,
necessarily,
moving forward with subdivision is not approving the sale at all. It's preserving the possibility.
Correct.
All right. Is there anybody who'd like to comment?
Yes, I have. So as I followed this dialogue, I sense that we're not initiating the subdivision. We're just indicating our willingness to allow them to subdivide, them being the Friends of the Boy Scouts.
Right. The township is accommodating the Friends group to initiate that minor subdivision and start that process so the sale is preserved.
Yeah.
And theoretically would close the same time you close on the remainder.
Okay, so I don't recall what you presented as your motion. I think you were about to say something, and Bill just seconded it before.
Mm-hmm.
So my sense is that needs to be clarified, that language of the motion.
So could I just make one point? So it was my understanding the township was going to take it through subdivision, because in order to acquire your piece, you need to subdivide ours off. That was just, and I thought we were going to be a party to that. I didn't know that we were going to be pursuing our own subdivision, because we would be subdividing your parcel.
Well, I think what we've talked about, and Mr. Norsini has looked at an engineer that would assist the Boy Scouts, because it is, you're the purchaser. This is your request. It's a minor subdivision plan. The township would certainly facilitate it, but there needs to be an independent engineer to file that plan, because Roger can't file the plan and review it.
Right. That's what we had discussed.
So the applicant would be the Friends group, would have to be the Friends group, Dave.
So I had spoken briefly to Mr. Norsini before the meeting tonight, and it was my understanding he had reached out to an engineer to start the process, but that should be us. We should be reaching out to an engineer to start the process.
I would, if I may, Madam President, I would say I would suggest you speak to me, not to our staff, to get authorization to do anything, because I tell you, I think it's problematic for the township, and also a poor precedent that we're going to carry other people's projects through a process, because I think that's going to open the door to any other organization to say, you carry the water for us through here. You do that. I don't think that's appropriate. I think you should do that in the future. I'd ask you to go through me and not go to our staff.
Sure, but just to be clear, we met with your staff on this and discussed this. So I didn't feel like I was going outside of protocol.
I also think that you're giving direction to staff. I think that's inappropriate, and to me,
I didn't give direction
they should
to
be.
staff.
I think you just mentioned that, so.
No,
I think it's
asked a
problematic.
question, just
well,
because-
that may not be what happened, but the point,
I
we
just asked
understand.
a question. I'm just
you
trying
guys
to
had a
find
discussion.
out how, I'm trying to find out what we should be doing. So I
Okay,
was
so
following up, and I just need to know who should be.
Let's go back to John Rice. John, you recommend that the Friends of Troop 284 would make an application to the township.
Right.
They would hire an engineer to do the survey of the land, I assume. And
Correct.
Yes, and they would file that with the township, and then that would set the process in motion. It would be scheduled for the planning. Would it come to the board first to be sent to the planning?
It would go to the Township Planning Commission.
It would go to the Township Planning Commission
It's a Township
first.
Planning Commission step, and it's got to be filed with Delaware County.
Right.
But you have to bless this to move forward.
Right. So our motion would be to support and facilitate, to authorize our staff to support and facilitate the application of the Boy Scouts for subdivision of 2.2 acres off of the Wheeler Tract. I'm sorry,
well, then,
Troop 284.
Why are we here?
Well, hold on.
If this is a private sale and you're not a party to the application, why are we here discussing it? Shouldn't we then just negotiate with Mr. Scott?
We have the agreement
I think
of sale.
we're the
But if
equitable
we're going to enter
owner.
into a new agreement, and this is important, I think, because if we We may be totally out of order. If we're going
Yeah.
to negotiate a new agreement with Mr. Scott for this portion of property, then it'll be a novation to your agreement. That would be between you and Mr. Scott, but it would carve this piece off. We wouldn't be a party to that. It would then open up this piece for us to negotiate with Mr. Scott. We'd purchase it, and then it would be totally incumbent on us to submit.
That seems like a better idea to me.
That's great, but let me stress that this board has already entered into an agreement of sale
That would
on
be
the
the
entire
novation.
parcel. And the point is, the board has to make some public motion and vote to approve that.
But that doesn't involve us. So what I'm
It
saying
doesn't.
is, we may not be,
Well,
we
it
might just
does.
be here for information
It does,
purposes.
Dave, it does involve you, because before the board can do that, they need to know what the ultimate user intends to do.
But that we still have to, then we've got to enter into the agreement with Eddie.
But that's a detail. You can't get beyond, you can't get to that unless this board says they like the idea, they like not purchasing 2.2 acres at 89,000 an acre. And there's also an issue of the township's trail, which has to be resolved once you come back for subdivision plan
I totally
approval.
agree, but what if Mr. Scott says no?
Well, my understanding is that Mr. Scott does not have a problem with conveying this directly to the Boy Scouts.
And that's my
as you
understanding
know.
as well. But we still have to negotiate that agreement. So we should probably start that process as well. I think there's a lot of things that have to start. So if we can negotiate that agreement with Mr. Scott, then it would be incumbent on us to move expeditiously to engage an engineer and submit a subdivision plan. Would that be in conjunction with the township subdivision for its piece?
I mean, for the larger piece.
For the larger piece.
There's only going to be one, it's only going to be one subdivision.
But we are an equitable owner of a very small piece
Not yet.
if we enter into the agreement. And you'll be the equitable owner of a much larger piece, but neither of us.
Right.
So we would have to work together to create, I'm just thinking it through,
Correct.
the collective subdivision of the entire Wheeler Tract in half, and then to acquire it from Mr. Scott as an ultimate subdivision.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the township has an agreement of sale, as does Mr. Scott have an agreement of sale. So you're the third one down the line.
Got it.
On this. But we're going to have to cooperate with the Boy Scouts. But
Okay, so
before we
the-
can get there, the board
The
needs to.
motion would be to, again, authorize staff to cooperate and facilitate the subdivision of 2.2 acres off of the Wheeler Tract.
Question. John, doesn't the board need to vote specifically on the issue of how much land we're buying now? I mean, it seems to me that we voted, this board voted, took a public vote on the purchase of a certain amount of land, and now that's changing. And I would think that this board will need to do a public vote to recognize, not just in addition to what President Schaefer just stated, I think we need to take an additional vote in public to acknowledge that we're willing to not buy the entire parcel, and also to augment and to change the original agreement of sale.
Well, I don't think you need to change the original agreement of sale. I think once this comes back to you as a subdivision plan, then you need to vote to approve that, which will in effect convey or leave open the conveyance of the 2.2 acres, and then you're still going to be subject to purchase a remainder of the Wheeler Tract.
The wording of the existing agreement, is it specific to the number of acres?
Yes.
So wouldn't we need to augment that? I mean, that needs to be, yes?
I think we're going to have to amend our agreement. I don't see any way around that.
No, I agree. Yeah.
So there's a lot of timing here
But
that
the
we
real
need to
point,
work out.
tonight, we're not doing any of that. This doesn't commit us to ever sell or transfer this to the boys, the Friends of 284. All we're doing is facilitating the subdivision.
There's
Now-
one thing I think you do need to do. I'm sorry, John Snyder representing ES3LP. We have an agreement with you. We can't negotiate an agreement with the Boy Scouts while we have an agreement with you. You can authorize us to negotiate an agreement, which can then be brought back to you to see whether you're going to accept a revision of your agreement to take that piece out. So I think the only thing you really need to do tonight is to authorize the Boy Scouts to negotiate with us for the purchase of that 2.2 acres.
Well,
No double tax.
once we we negotiate that, that then gets brought back to you to see whether you're going to accept it and enter into a novation of yours, which I think would be an easy thing at the time. But you don't need to authorize that novation because there's no agreement yet.
We don't really need to authorize staff. The planning commission process is between the applicant and the township. We have to agree, as it was just stated, whether we want to go forward with it with a different deal.
If,
Is that right?
if they have an agreement.
So, okay, why don't you tell us what the motion is that will
Well-
achieve our goal for this evening?
I mean,
the minimum that we have to do tonight.
I think the minimum is to authorize the staff to facilitate and cooperate with the Boy Scouts for this piece to be subdivided.
And also
Which
to authorize
includes-
ES3 to negotiate with the Friends of Troop 284?
Well, they're going to be, John, they're going to do that. They're going to have to do that, and then if they're successful, there'll be an agreement that comes back to the township.
I think it's like a good faith thing. You don't want to put lawyer to lawyer. You know, if this board's not going to support this, we don't want them to waste their money or time. So I think we need to vote on both, John, in my opinion.
Let's get to public.
Okay.
I agree.
So the first motion was, can we just put them both in one motion so we don't have to go through this?
Sure.
So the first part of the motion is to facilitate, we're authorizing staff to facilitate and cooperate with Troop 284 in their pursuit of a subdivision of the 2.2 acres, which will include authorizing and supporting their negotiating with ES3 for the sale. ES3 negotiating with them for the sale of 2.2 acres. Okay?
You can't speak from the audience.
Come on to the front.
Sorry to be difficult, but just a quick technical notice. It's Friends of Radnor 284 Incorporated and not Radnor Troop 284.
Gotcha. That is how the motion will read. Okay. Now, can I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. Is there any board comment on that? Okay. Is there any staff comment on that? Is there public comment on that?
Hi, my name is Joe Fox. I live in Lawrence Lane. Lawrence Lane is adjoining to the Wheeler Tract and next to the Boy Scouts' current location. First, let me say that we think the Boy Scouts is a great organization. They do phenomenal work in the community and with the township, and we're supportive of what they do. However, the residents of Lawrence Lane have a number of concerns about the current and proposed expanded use of the property. We sent a letter to the commissioners asking how the Boy Scouts' use complies with current township zoning and land use ordinances. Have you all received that? Yes. Okay. We haven't heard back from anyone as it relates to the use. We believe they're going to need a zoning variance for this use. We also feel the safety of the Boy Scouts regarding drop-off and pickup, which we talked about tonight, is severely compromised on Darby Paley Road. It's a terrible, terrible spot. There's a blind spot, and we're in agreement with the Boy Scouts that it needs to be addressed because it's a very dangerous situation. There's no easy solution for this problem. The proposed expansion, as well as the ground that they're proposing, actually impedes the view corridor of 2 additional homes on the property. Now, the Boy Scouts have told us that they don't necessarily want that additional ground as it expands to the other homes. However, we haven't seen a new plan as it relates to the ground that they want. So the biggest part of this, I think, is understanding what the Boy Scouts want to do, the full plan of their use and the ground that they're going to take. Tonight is the first time we heard about Mr. Scott and the ground being transferred to him. I realize that's a mechanical issue. However, again, we're hoping for an open and transparent process. We were told we would be able to be a part of that process and weigh in on all of these issues. And to date, we don't see that, right? It's not as transparent as we would like. Now, maybe it will be, But as of now, we really don't know exactly what the Boy Scouts are going to do. So, that's really what I have to say tonight. There's no way I can see this getting done by December 15th. I just don't see how that can occur, especially if they have to go for a zoning variance for the property. So that's all I have to say on the issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like all of those issues, zoning, parking, what the plan is, will all be front and center in a subdivision process.
But I don't see how this process, to me, is overcomplicated. And if you need to close by year end, I don't see how it can happen. You're creating enormous difficulties for yourself as it relates to the closing and the Boy Scout use. That's my own opinion.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to comment?
Good evening. My name is Christina Peroni, and I live 234 Walnut Avenue. Point of clarification, I got a note from my commissioner, Mr. Higgins, tonight about just the cost of Ardrossan, and he stated in this note that he probably sent to all his constituents that there's going to be a bond of 10,800,000 and a million, no. Yeah, that's right, and a million, which is 11.8 to buy 71 acres. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
I think it's 11.6, but
I know, that was inconsistent in the note. I always heard it was 11.6 too, so I'm not sure. Maybe we can clarify that 200,000, there's a difference there that was stated.
I used the figure of 10.7 million, I believe.
10,790.
Yeah, and then a million grant.
Right, so that's a million. That's 11,000,008.
11.8.
And I think it was 11.6.
I don't remember.
Whatever. So we've got to find 200,000. Something's a little bit off there.
11.6, but then we have underwriting costs that have to be capitalized into the issuance.
Okay, so the
there's-
11.6 that I've always heard maybe is now 11.8. And I divided it by 71 acres and got 166,000 per acre. So I guess my question is point of clarification for the Boy Scouts. I heard Mr. Rice saying that we were selling that for 89,000 an
the
acre.
appraisal for this is on the website. You can look at the appraisal. There's
No,
three
I'm-
different
I'm-
parcels.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can
just-
see it.
I'm just asking, what does that deduct from then the liability for the township? So if we're not going to have that 2.2 acres and they're going to buy it, doesn't that reduce our
Yes.
cost?
By whatever 2 acres is from the Wheeler Tract.
And is it that same 160? Because if you
No,
take
the
a
Wheeler
million
Tract,
eight,
right, but the Wheeler Tract has a different value than the other tracts. Because
okay,
there's different
and how much is that?
characteristics.
Can somebody just
It's
tell me?
around $89,000 per acre on the Wheeler Tract.
Okay, and is that going to be, so that's 2 acres at a much reduced amount. Is that going to come off of the whole price
Yes.
of 11.8?
Well, it depends how this all ends up panning out. But if we subdivide and they purchase separately, then yes, it would come off of our price.
Okay. Then my only other point is that I agree with the township manager that it's sort of, we're working at cross purposes if our staff is going to be dedicated to helping this go through when we don't even know, are they going to agree to the restrictive covenant? Or, the terms should be outlined for the public before we waste time doing it, because you may not agree to what they want. I don't think they've stated what they want.
Right, but we, the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners, we're in the position to put the conditions on. So if they don't accept the conditions, the subdivision doesn't go through.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. My name is Nat Howe. I live on Lawrence Lane 2. My wife and I have lived there for 23 years. I was a Cub Scout and a Boy Scout. Both parents worked Scout leaders, my brother too. And I recognize that the Scouts have a strong positive influence on our community. And for that reason, I'm not philosophically opposed if the Scouts get a bit of a sweetheart deal on the purchase of the clubhouse. Moreover, I don't think that people who live on our street have an outright right to curbside parking, and I don't mind sharing it with anybody. But having lived with the Scout meetings for 23 years, I'm seriously concerned that that old schoolhouse is on a blind corner on a busy street with no shoulders, and regardless of whether they drop people off on Lawrence Lane or not, there has always been parking on Godfrey, and it's unsafe. And we're waiting for a fatal accident to happen. It hasn't happened yet in my 23 years. I hope it doesn't. Secondly, the cabin is perched on a hill that overlooks a residential street and has had 4 scouts and their leaders without basic sanitation services, neither running water nor any sewage facilities. And I'm concerned that when this goes to the county is going to insist that there be sanitation services for this many people living in small quarters. I mean, people have to go, and they have been. And so my concerns are that the zoning ordinances and the county ordinances will be absolute restrictions and will not let this go through. And it seems silly to authorize something that you know is going to fail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
Hi, I'm Tracy Poulos. I live on Browning Lane in Rosemont. I just wanted to pop by and tell the board that I support the troop in their efforts to preserve their meeting place for the last 40, 50 years, and that, you know, I've seen a lot of scouts. I volunteer in the Township with Radnor Conservancy, and I organize the Trail for Open Space, and those scouts have come out a lot to help the Township with the trail cleanups and as course marshals and all kinds of other Eagle Scout projects that have benefited our Township, and I think they deserve to be able to continue to meet there if we can work out a way that's mutually agreeable for everybody. So I'm sure they're going to try to address a lot of those issues with sanitation and things. And I think that, you know, there's a lot of, once the trails get done, and there could end up being people that maybe people come in and park at the Willows and the kids hike in, you know. I mean, there's lots of options that can happen once everything gets all set. So I'm excited about the whole way that the tracks are all coming together, and I think it's going to be a good end result. So.
Thank you. Any other comment? Okay, we have that motion on the floor. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I gotta walk so fast. My name's Kathy McNally. I'm also a Lawrence Lane resident. And I just, you know, we all think the Scouts are wonderful. Everybody does. I could get 100 people up here who'd say they're wonderful. I could get 100 people to say they're not wonderful. It's irrelevant. Whatever the Scouts are is irrelevant. Our issue as neighbors is the location of the schoolhouse. And it's not a Scout building, it's an old schoolhouse. And they've had a wonderful experience there, clearly, for the last 50 or 60 years. But 50 years ago, our houses didn't even exist. And I have no idea how big the Scout troop was. It probably was significantly smaller. And Darby Paoli Road wasn't the road that it is now. We now have a street with 10 houses. Darby Paoli Road is incredibly busy. It doesn't work so well, the drop-off and Lawrence Lane on Saturday mornings. I know the Scouts feel like it does, but if you have a 5-year-old child who's trying to ride their bike up and down the street and cars are coming and going for, it's a good hour-long period, a half an hour in the morning at drop-off and a half an hour when they pick up. It's not safe. Our road becomes a parking lot, and that's just not appropriate. So I don't know what the solution to the parking and drop-off and pickup is, and I haven't really heard one yet. So it seems to me there ought to be solutions to those things before there's even a question that it's an appropriate use of that piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you.
From Lawrence Lane. I'm Tisha Howe, and I also am at Lawrence Lane. Never been here before, but I feel strongly about this. I've lived there for 23 years. And the Scouts haven't been a big problem to us. I mean, their June thing, sure, they park all down, even to the cul-de-sac. I don't know why they say there's only 4 or 5 cars there. At pickup, if you've got 30 kids, it doesn't make sense to say that. So it bothers me that they keep saying, oh, they're just 4, 5, 6 cars. Sure, you could go, and during the meeting, there might be for the adults who are there. But this weekend, I came home. There are lots of cars. And there are scouts on the corner of Darby Paoli and Lawrence Lane waiting to be picked up. I don't know how often you all drive that road. We do it a lot. That road is dangerous even without the scouts because people speed on it. You come up toward Briarwood and you come up over the hill. I know that scouts are there on Saturday morning. I am very cautious. Last spring, I came up over the hill and I just about died emotionally. There is a parent stopped right there in the road picking up children. Now, I know that's not the Scouts' intention. I know they want to keep their kids safe, but parents don't always listen. What if grandma's picking up the kid or dropping it off, or a big brother or sister? Oh, here, get in. So if you may have that as, please don't drop your children off there, but reality is that's going to happen, and in my 23 years, it's happened a lot. Bicyclists are really scary on that road too because you come up over a hill and you find bicycles. So it is a dangerous road. And I don't mind the scouts being there, but this is an opportunity for us to look at the situation and say, okay, if we want the scouts there, how can we make it safe for them? I mean, it really is a concern, and it's on our street. Yes, it's a nuisance. You know, my grandkids aren't allowed up near that end of the street. Saturday mornings, if they're spending the night, they're not allowed out. But it is our opportunity, and I think we have the responsibility to say something that, okay, if we're for them, fine. But this is, I realize this is a beginning, but this is an expensive process for them if they have to get an engineer without our doing anything.
Okay.
So that's all I want to say.
Just going to comment that we've heard dangerous drop-offs now from 3 or 4 people, so I think we've got the message. If you could just cut that off from here on. Thank you.
I also want to remind everybody that come on up, that if this does proceed and we go to the subdivision process, it will be a very extended and detailed conversation, which will work out many of these issues that we're talking about.
Linda, Dara, Lawrence Lane also. And just very quickly, I think it's being portrayed that if the Boy Scouts don't keep the house, that they have no home and won't be operating in Radnor Township, and that is far from the truth. In the wintertime, they operate, I think, at Wayne Presbyterian, maybe somewhere where they're chartered, so they do have another home. They're not going to be kicked out on the street, and I hope they continue their great service in Radnor Township. I grew up in Radnor. My brother was a Boy Scout in Radnor Township. I have nothing against the Boy Scouts, but I do think they can find another home if we aren't able to sort out all these other pieces around it.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have one last comment.
Steve Elliott, West Avenue. I don't think you should approve them to negotiate. I think we should see the agreement of sale through. If they want to buy that parcel, I think they should approach the township after it closes. I think from a citizen perspective, it would look fishy if we've gone all this way and then all of a sudden approve the negotiation of a third party to sell off a parcel to an organization. I think the intent was to purchase it for greater good, and we should see that through.
I want to just clarify that even if we decide to, if we decided to do that, we still could not buy that 2.2 acres with our bond money. So we'd have to subdivide it off.
Okay.
So
and we wouldn't be allowed to sell it to them.
Right.
So we're
Right.
As I understand this conversation, we are expressly prohibited from doing what you just identified.
Right. So we have to subdivide no matter what.
Or not do it.
Or just
buy
say
it all,
tonight,
or
no way, it's
subdivide it
never
the
going to
way they've
happen.
identified.
We don't need to use the bond money to buy those 2 acres. We don't. Right?
Right.
And we could take the money from the Friends of Troop 284 to pay for that piece of the purchase.
Yeah.
But this is not, like I said, this is very late in the game to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest point.
I'm going to go ahead and call the vote so that we can move on tonight. We have a lot on our agenda to go. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And it passes 7-0. Thank you, everybody, and if you're following the saga, the meeting will be at the Planning Commission when the subdivision goes forward.
And
All right, the next
just so everybody knows, it's going to be important that the drop-off and how they operate this building is going to be important to the Planning Commission and the commissioners if we're going to go forward with this.
All right, the next item is a caucus session on final subdivision plan for Ardrossan Farm. We have the applicant, Mr. Scott, is limited partnership, represented by Mr. Snyder.
Good evening. This is to follow up now on the preliminary plan approval that was granted September 6th, and you have your resolution of that in the packet. There are a couple of items in that resolution that were items that needed to be addressed at the final plan stage. We were required to put an emergency access in. We were required to incorporate the landscape plans. Those were easy things. Those are done. There are, in my mind, two things that are conditions in the preliminary plan approval that should be discussed tonight. One of them is the sections for lots 3-2, 3, 4, and 5. The other is the pathway and the status of that. And then as a result of the final plan approval review, there were a couple of additional waivers that were missed in the first one, and those ought to be brought up.
I'm going to suggest that you go through all of those issues together.
Mm-hmm.
Then we will, there are a few issues that our professionals need to weigh in on.
Yeah.
And then we'll have Commissioner comment.
Yes.
To help you.
That's,
okay?
Thank you. And the first one, and I'm going to ask Lisa Thomas to come up and assist with this, we'll talk about the sections for lots. Okay, you have yours there, Lisa. I'll move them. And from a starting point, the landscape revisions that were approved at the preliminary plan were all incorporated in the final plan on the 100-foot buffer for the rye field, the area along Newtown Road, and the area along private Newtown Road. So those were all incorporated in the final plan in compliance with that preliminary plan approval.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Thomas. I'm with Glack & Thomas Panzak, and I'm the project landscape architect. In speaking about the landscape buffer at the rye field, I just wanted to show this plan to give everybody general perspective where it is with Newtown Road, Darby Paley Road, and the buffer area is this entire space right here that's 100 feet wide. This is an enlargement of the buffer area, corner of Newtown, Darby Paley Road. We were asked to cut 4 sections through the homes from the corner of Darby Paley Road up through each house. The lots we're looking at are 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, and 3-5. The red line is the section that shows you where it would go through each of the homes. What we've done here is we've highlighted the landscape area. The whole area will be landscaped with deciduous trees, 5 feet tall, inch to 1.5 inch caliper trees, and 2 to 2.5 inch caliper trees to create a forest mitigation plan that we've worked through with the Township arborist at his direction. The concept is to create woodlands that are indicative of the Ardrossan estate and to create somewhat of a hedgerow existence along here that is within the character of the property. So what we've done, and also there are some evergreen trees that have been added at the request of the township to provide some all-weather, all-seasonal screening. So the shaded areas are just highlighted what I would call the view area adjacent to the homes. and there is landscaping in between each shaded area. So there are evergreen trees and deciduous trees in these areas. So what we've done with this information is create cross-sections through the site. Starting at the top is 3-5. Over at this end is Darby Paley Road. The green line is the ground plane. We have two view angles. The blue line is the trees installed at 12 feet, the deciduous trees. And then the red line is approximately, they're now at 20 feet, so it's about 10 years out. So you can see the view lines, the blue line going up, and then the red line. We looked at all three lots. We have 3-5, 3-4, 3-3, and 3-2. And what we did as a result of it was we looked at increasing the setback of three of the homes to 60 feet from the street edge.
If any of you would like hard copies, 8.5 by 11 of those sections, I have them
We
here.
got them in our packets.
Okay.
Great. The houses are shown at 35 feet also, for your reference. The house on 3-2 is there's a hill that goes up, and the further we move that back, the higher the house gets up. So we did not look at increasing the setback there. And I believe what will happen there is the house will be located at the time of building and provided for review by the board.
Yeah, that's the conditional use requirement.
That's what
So what we've proposed in our sections is to increase the setbacks on lots 3, 4, and 5, not increase it on lot 2, because by increasing it on lot 2, we would decrease the amount of screening that would occur of that house. At the Planning Commission, there was a discussion as to whether planning should be put in at a larger size. We've reviewed that both with the arborist and with our landscape architect, both of whom are opposed to that on the basis that it affects the viability of the screen, it affects the growth of the screen. And so we've come up with a different suggestion to you, one that shows you that we're concerned and that if you wish to have higher trees, we're not saying we won't spend the money. We've proposed that we escrow with the township $40,000, which is what our landscape architect tells us is the cost of planting those trees at the larger size. We will follow whatever instructions the township gives us as to whether we plant at the start larger trees or whether we do what we think is probably the smartest thing, and that is plant the buffer as it is now, retain the $40,000, and as you come in with houses to build the houses, you've got an additional landscaping budget there that if, when that house comes in and you know what it is that's going up, you think that there should be some additional larger trees planted in with the buffer as it's grown to that point, you have the funding to do it. And quite frankly, if at the end of the day, you believe that the buffer has functioned well as it was planted and you don't need that, then those $40,000 can be used by the township for either planting or trails in the various park parcels that you're getting. But quite frankly, we're not asking for it back. We think that this is not an economic issue. It's a what's the best way to buffer issue. And so from that standpoint, we're willing to put the escrow up to provide the various options instead of starting up front with huge trees, which both our landscape architect and your arborist say compromises that buffer, makes it so that it's not going to be as functional. So that's our proposal. We would increase the setbacks on those three lots and we would provide the additional escrow for use as directed in either additional planning or for contribution to the township for trails.
Mr. Snyder, what do you mean that large trees would make the buffer non-functional?
Commissioner Higgins, I'm going to just ask, let's let him get through all of his, and then hear from our staff, because you may get an answer from our staff, and then we'll give all our comments.
And I will tell you that included in your packet is a letter from your arborist explaining it, and those are the same things that Ms. Thomas would say to you if I asked her to come up and give you our opinions of them. They are in writing in your arborist explanation.
Okay.
Okay? So that is item number one. Where did my booklet go? Item number two was the pathway that was along the front, following an Atterbury-type pathway outside the wall from our eastern property line down to the Ryefield Park of the township. We had a meeting on September 16th with PennDOT. PennDOT made it very clear that there was not room and that they would not accept a path along there. There wasn't the room for the required separation and width of path that they would require to be built in their right-of-way. As a result, we've taken the Atterbury specifications and applied it to that length of area along our frontage and provided an estimate of those costs to the township engineer. Our understanding, but he'll speak for himself, is that he concurs in that estimate, and obviously under your preliminary plan approval requirement, we would have to provide that to the township for use for pathways within wherever you want within the township. It doesn't have to be in the Ardrossan parks, it could be anywhere. And then the third thing was there were 2 areas of extra waivers. Let me go back. Let me give you that back. Intersections are supposed to be at 90 degrees. There are 3 places on the property where there are existing intersections that are not at 90 degrees. They all involve the loop. One of them is the intersection of the loop with Newtown Road and its western intersection. The other is the intersection of the loop with the portion of the loop that goes back through the rest of the property across from the driveway into Ardrossan. And the third is this little cul-de-sac, which right now is a farm road that went all the way through to Godfrey, but will stop with that cul-de-sac. And that meets at slightly off of a 90-degree intersection. From the standpoint of improving all of these and changing the roads to meet at 90-degree intersections, first of all, the one right outside the mansion has a major stream crossing, a stone bridge right there. It will be widened, but it could not be moved to be 90 degrees and would then create an offset from the driveway into the mansion, which that one-way drive is basically going to be the entrance into there. That's basically the only building that is off it. Out at Newtown Road, to change that to 90 degrees, there are a major historic opening there with, I don't know what you would call them, a big gate type of system. And then with respect to the little one, that one could be done, but the question is how much disturbance and new disturbance do you want? At the Planning Commission, your engineer and traffic engineer both recommended those waivers, and we are going to ask you for our letter. my letter formally asked you for the waivers for those 3 intersections from that 90-degree requirement. All other intersections are at 90 degrees, and all new ones are at 90 degrees. The second thing is this cul-de-sac. This cul-de-sac, Road D, serves 3 new lots and serves the garage that gets converted to a residence. So it has 4, so it's not a shared driveway, it's a road. That road runs right along the edge of this woodlands that serves, it doesn't show up as thick as it really is. You see the little bit of green above the roadway right in here. This is a nice hedgerow that separates the village part from the fields and few lots down here. These 3 lots are set right on a knoll. If you look at the grading plan, you can see that there's a severe drop-off at the bottom, at the south end of each of those 3 lots. The issue is whether you can put a regular cul-de-sac bulb in there without either pushing the lot and improvements over the hill or having to take out a substantial part of that hedgerow. And for only the 3 houses that are back in there, we're asking to not be forced to put a cul-de-sac bulb in there. Now, our original proposal that was on the preliminary plan has been changed. We agree with your traffic engineer. It wasn't the right solution. What we had was we had widened the 20-foot road out to 30 feet for the last portion of it so cars could make a 3-point turn and come out. That didn't consider the trucks that might be in there. And so in your packet, you received a 3-set portion of plans that showed a turn, in essence, a pull-in and a short portion on the other side, not as deep on the other side, so that we can avoid going into the trees and into the hedgerow. That if you look at the 2 other plans that were submitted with that, they both have turning templates on them. One is what happens if a 30-foot truck comes in and then it initiates its turnaround by first turning left into the short portion, backing into the big portion and pulling out. And the second one being, what if it pulls first into the big portion, backs toward the little portion and pulls out. Both templates show that those movements are easily resolved and that it provides an adequate turnaround for the few trucks that might come of that size, 30-foot size, to service that. And it, again, then permits us to not push improvements over the edge of the knoll or to have to take out that hedgerow, which is part of the existing farm and existing vegetation that divides those fields out there. So those are the things we've asked for a recommendation on that. We understand Ms. Kaminsky's opposition to recommending it when it was simply a 30-foot wide road that you would have to try and turn a 30-foot truck around in. We realized that didn't work, and so now we're asking for approval of that waiver based upon this solution.
Okay, so you've gone through all of the outstanding issues. Several of them we haven't had any professional guidance on, so now we're going to ask for that.
Right.
Let's start with the hammerhead turnaround. So that we'll start with Ms. Kaminsky and her assessment of that.
Madam Chairman, could I ask that Mr. Snyder center Road D in the middle, and we could zoom in on that, because other than looking at the hammerhead, it's very hard to discern the knoll and everything that he's speaking of on the plan set.
Okay. Dave, do you have a better plan than this one that we could put up for that section? Yeah, yeah.
Well, Amy, you can probably start to share your thoughts while they're taking out the map.
I just wanted to bring up that this is a private road. It's not a public road, and the hammerhead and the turning templates that he provided satisfies my concerns that I had. So I don't see a problem with the design as it's presented.
Okay, is there anybody else on staff who would have any comment about the hammerhead design as opposed to using a cul-de-sac, as would be required?
Madam Chairman, even though it's a private road, it's not a private drive, so our trash trucks would be going down there. I think that's a hard turnaround. Either they're going to back down and just pick it up that way, they would back down the entire length of Road D, or they would have to try to turn around down there. I think that would be...
Would our trash trucks would go down there if there was a fee paid for pickup on a private road?
Well, on a private drive, we have the folks on the private drive bring their trash out because it's a driveway, so unless they paid for rear yard pickup. But we do go down private streets.
I see.
For front yard pickup. And I think that would be pretty tight for our folks to do a turnaround on. And I won't get into the fire truck aspect, but I think that could be problematic.
Yes.
If I may, their traffic engineer, how do they plan to address the fire apparatus?
Well, the template that we have shows the ability to turn around in there with a simple pull in, back up, turn, go out. I mean, initially, we were trying to do that in 30 feet. Now, the distance of that turnaround is like 50 to 60 feet.
So what's the base on your size of like a ladder truck? What is the
Well, if
size
it's a
of
ladder truck, it's probably going to have to back out like it would in almost any of these cul-de-sacs. I mean, the normal size truck, the trash truck, the 30-foot vehicle can easily turn around in this hammerhead. And we're talking about whether we, we can't move the improvements further to the south. We're sitting on a knoll that if you go out there and look at, there are steep slopes that start toward the back end of these lots, and we need to be able to put in a home and the improvements. This vegetative buffer, the natural hedgerow that sits there, is part of preserving the separations of the property. You would be taking out that to put in a cul-de-sac bulb in front of these three houses for the sake of the few times that you have the issue.
Okay, so I think we've gotten our opinions from our staff on that one. Let's move on to the next one.
Madam President.
They have a difference of opinion?
It sounded to me like there was a difference of opinion.
Madam President, if I may, just to clarify the point, there is going to be no vehicle that's going to be allowed to be parked on the street at any time in the development, correct?
That road is a 20-foot wide road. Certainly not down in that area because there is no place to park down in that area. You have a pull-off and you have two driveways. So there would be no vehicles that could interfere with that turning move.
Okay.
Okay, next was the waiver for the non-right-angled intersections. I think that is you again, Ms. Kaminsky.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The waivers that they're now requesting for the intersections that are not 90 degrees.
I deferred to PennDOT on those accesses, and PennDOT did not have a problem with them.
Okay. Anybody else from staff want to comment on those? Okay. Next, the footpath, and the assessment of the value in lieu of would be $78,000. I think that's you, Roger.
Yeah, I reviewed the cost estimate and the methodology of how it was calculated, and I'm okay with that.
Okay. Anybody else have an opinion, or?
I concur with our engineer.
Okay. The planting buffer, adequacy, and the offer to escrow of $40,000. I know we don't have our arborist here.
He is en route, Madam Chairman. I think he might be here in about 15 minutes, but
Okay.
he was held up at litigation. He was testifying today. I can't talk to you about the cost of the trees that they've
Okay.
determined at $40,000.
Okay, well, if he gets here, then we'll have him jump in out of order.
You do have his memorandum.
We do, and I think all the commissioners were sent this, right. Okay, those are the outstanding issues, and our staff comment on them, and we're awaiting John's. We can go ahead and start with commissioner comment at this point, and then we will take public comment after that.
Before we do that, I just want to make sure that we've received an email from Bob Zinkowski. It was a memo from the police staff traffic and the fire department. And in that letter, it stated that the fire department, fire chief, and the staff traffic is recommending roadways no less than 24 feet wide. And if the roadways are 24 feet wide, to restrict parking to one side of the road. Is one side of the road parking, right?
That's correct, Commissioner. It's based on having the meeting with the township engineer, the staff traffic committee. Originally, it was proposed at 20 feet, and we don't feel it's realistic with respect to vehicles and people coming over to your house. Where are they going to park if they can't park on the street, if there's a party, things of that nature? So that was discussed at length, and that's why the recommendation was made, and the fire department has signed off on it as well.
Okay, and I apologize, I was reading something during some of the testimony. Has the applicant agreed to make all the roads 24 feet wide?
No, they've been approved preliminarily at 20 feet, and that's what we intend.
And what about the parking restrictions?
The parking restriction was one side.
Right, you've agreed to that.
Yes.
But 18, wait, I need to do the math here. You have an 18-foot road.
18 was no parking.
Foot wide.
18 was no parking. 18 was the one.
Yeah, and we have a 20-foot wide cartway, and you will allow parking on one side?
Yes.
Well, this is the same battle. We're about to fight this battle tonight in existing developments. I'm just going to say I'm not going to support any of this because I have constituents that are complaining to me that, when we want to restrict parking on one side of the road, they don't want us to restrict parking, yet we're about to approve a development where the roads aren't even 24 feet. And quite frankly, I think it's a bad idea because I said it at the prior meeting that these streets will be ordained and they will become the township property at some point. And we will be responsible for those roads. And I can assure you that when these issues start to come up, we will be pressured into widening the roads and potentially even put curbing in and lots of other things. The point is that if you have those streets parked on one side, we have ladder trucks that need 16 feet of cartway, 16 feet of cartway to deploy. And it's my concern that we're not even allowing the basic requirements for the fire department. So, it depends on the road, but, even at 24 feet, and Lieutenant Block, would you like to just comment on this? Because I wasn't at that meeting.
No, with respect to what you're stating, my understanding is we made the recommendation at 24 feet with parking permitted on one side of the roadway. However, there's no formal curbing in the development. It's still off the swells. So that helps. We have concerns if it's at 20 feet with respect for apparatus accessing the property, if there's any vehicles parked on the street. It's a public safety
So we get
concern.
into the problem, not under normal conditions, but if someone were to have a large party, there's a potential for vehicles to be parked on that cartway and interfere with, in the event that there's a fire, interfere with response.
Correct, if the cartway's at 20 feet.
At 20 feet.
We feel comfortable at 24 that it can accommodate all the needs.
Well, the standards that we have are normally 28 feet if you want parking on both sides of the road. And I've been through this, the city of Philadelphia will not allow parking on a road unless it's 24 feet or wider. And here we go, we're at 20 feet and we're allowing, we're not going to be able to enforce this. This is my concern.
If you stay at 20 feet and there's no parking whatsoever on the roadway, they'll be able to access the properties. However, where do we put the parking then? That would be the next question that's convenient, that can accommodate people that are coming over to visit someone.
There's plenty of developments that we all live in or are part of or near, and we know that this is not what we're living in, right? So,
Well, John, I don't think it's a reason to vote against everything. Where I live, I wish I had this at my fingertips, but where I live, I have a very narrow street. And and it's from mid-20s is when it was laid out. And somehow the neighbors and us get along. We tolerate parking. Sometimes for a party, there's double parking, wall-to-wall parking, and it works. But as he just said, if you don't allow parking on the street, where are the cars going to go?
that's the point. The point is, if the streets aren't wide enough to accommodate parking, then where are they going to park? And they're going to obstruct the street. So, again, this is engineering. I mean, this has been figured out by many other people before us. And the bottom line is, the moment you drop below 24 feet, you have to restrict, you can have no parking. And many municipalities across the country do this. Again, we're going to be, I'm sure when we have the hearing on the parking restrictions that I'm introducing tonight, that we're going to see a lot of people come out. They're unhappy. They don't want to lose parking that they already have. So we really need the applicant to agree that they'll post this for no parking.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I have some comments. I am not going to comment on the buffer issue and the adequacy of the 100-foot plantings because Commissioner Nagel is going to comment on that, and I agree with what I anticipate his comments are going to be. So rather than repeat them, I'm going to move over that. I'd like to comment on the sightline profiles and what the placement of those homes. So what happened is at the preliminary approval, we asked the applicant we granted preliminary approval conditioned upon coming up with some acceptable placement of the homes so that the condition in the conditional use approval was satisfied. And I believe the applicant made a very earnest and good faith attempt to do so by moving the front yard setback lines back to 60 feet. However, if you look carefully at the map, it doesn't really help. It helps on one of the lots. On one of the lots, I think it's 3-4, it really does help immensely, and it brings, because of the contour of the line, the house goes down. But on the other 3, it doesn't. The first map I saw, it did. On the other 2, this map, when I got it, it didn't. So, it basically doesn't move the right roof line at all in the other 3. So, that's not going to work. Not for lack of trying, but it's not solving the problem. So, in my opinion, we have some other choices. We can move the houses even farther back, which I'm not sure is realistic. I don't know how much farther back you can move them, and I'm not sure at what point you start to gain the advantage of the contour, and if we could get there. We could require the houses to be of a lesser height, a single-story house. I don't think the applicant is willing to agree to that, and at least in our conversations, that hasn't been something they would agree to. Short of that, it would be my opinion that we would go back to the original requirement in the conditional use approval, which was these lots do not get approved for grading or building permit until the Board of Commissioners is satisfied that they are situated in such a way that the maximum, the view shed is protected to its maximum amount. I don't see any other way to do it at this point, and that if we go back to that kind of default position that the conditional use officer put in there, 2-3 years down the road, when a builder is actually proposing a house on that lot, this Board of Commissioners will have the ability to say yay or nay, that does not that does not provide maximum protection. And they'll have to work with the siting, the plantings. We'll have $40,000 set aside for additional plantings if needed. But unfortunately, the proposed increased setbacks, it just doesn't do it on 3 of the lots. So that is my first comment. My second is just a very general comment that I want to make tonight, and that I'll probably say again when we have final. And that is, we are, the majority has already and will be approving a very generous amount of waivers. And that is because we have embraced the notion that this applicant has put forth of basically underdeveloping this property to maintain its natural and rural feel, to have less impervious coverage, to keep carefully placed open spaces where it is now. And we've embraced that. However, what we're approving is this plan. So I need to see it clear in many places on the plan, in the notes, in our agreement, in conditions, that in the future, if there's ever any one of these future landowners who comes back to the township to develop any other, even one single lot, the whole subdivision, all those waivers don't apply anymore. The whole subdivision gets reassessed, because what we are approving is this subdivision, not by phase, the whole thing. And future amendments to that, or future attempts to develop more within the property, not that that's being anticipated, but if it ever did happen, that future builder would have to revisit every one of these waivers. They would have to, all of those, everything that we have waived would now be a requirement. So that's important for us all to understand, and that'll be indicated when we have this, so that in years from now, when it's a new board, a new staff, a new bunch of people in the audience, that everyone understands what the intent of this board was, to approve this vision and this vision only. Okay, anybody else?
Well, I wanted to talk about the buffer planning. It's been discussed a lot, and it really got a lot of attention in the last planning meeting, which personally I thought was a little inappropriate. I believe what the applicant has proposed is excellent. They've more than doubled the number of trees. There's a sound science basis for the size of trees and what they're trying to accomplish. And they've also given us good basis for why the bigger trees don't make sense. They have come back and added evergreens at several locations to offer the instant screening, but also some wintertime screening, because this is mostly a deciduous forest. So I support fully the plan that the applicant has put forward. The only very minor change is where you're talking about the escrow, and you currently say that it would be paid upon sale or closing for the 12th property. I would like to have that rather cast in terms of a date certain or the closure of the 12th parcel, whichever is earliest. Because, quite honestly, you could decide to never sell the 12th property.
Yeah. No, and quite frankly, it will be posted as a part of our first phase escrow. So you will have the financial security. The question is when it would be taken, so that we would have to, in essence,
that wasn't clear to me when I read your letter, John.
Yeah.
So it needs to be
I understand, and
clarified.
I'm not saying it was. I'm just trying to make that clear now. Right. So it would be posted. All of those would be part of the financial security, the draw on them. And as far as I'm concerned, we can, between now and the 10th, if there's somebody wants to talk to me about what would be a good date certain, I'll talk to my client, we'll pick a good date certain and make it work.
And the only other comment I wanted to make, and it's more of a disappointment, is once again, PennDOT. We are increasing trails in this township. We've just adopted a greenways plan, and PennDOT has driven a wooden stake through the heart of that segment of a trail system. And I really wish we could get you to reconsider to put a trail inside the wall. We've talked about this many times, but I would plead that you reconsider that. Or a path, maybe using, since the village will have sidewalks, maybe there's a way to accommodate something. But that's all I really wanted to mention.
Other commissioners?
Sure. Regarding the width of the road, my sense is that we resolve this at preliminary, so I'm comfortable with the 20 foot. My sense is I'd prefer to have, I like the idea of road diet, so I'm comfortable with it. I also recall that we discussed that it would be a swale type shoulder, so there would be capability for emergency vehicles to pull into the swale, and they might tear up the grass, but if somebody's house is burning, that's a detail that they can address. And last, I think the neighbors will figure out, I think they'll figure out how to park, so I'm comfortable with the decision we made at preliminary. I'm also comfortable with what you presented regarding the view shed. I'm probably less than most. I don't really feel the need to hide these houses. I bet that these houses are going to augment the landscape, so I'm not troubled by seeing them to the degree that a lot of people are. So this plan makes sense to me, and I'm willing to accept it. And then the waivers that were presented seemed reasonable. They seem to have support from our staff, so I see no reason to not accept the waivers that were identified tonight.
I just had a couple of items. On the buffer that you're showing right there, isn't that, the concern that I heard is that buffer is based on a smaller width for a buffer zone, that you've spread out the trees that would normally be in a 60-foot or a smaller buffer and just put it over 100 feet without proportionately adding trees. Is that the case, or is that not the case?
No, that's not. The buffer, there was never a buffer that was designed that was narrower than 100 feet, and that planning was a planning that our landscape architect, in conjunction with your arborist, thought appropriate for a 100-foot wide buffer. So there was never anything
relative to a standard, relative to a typical buffer is what I'm referring to.
Well, I'm not sure how this fits with respect to a typical buffer. This is supposed to be a reforestation buffer augmented with evergreens. So it's supposed to create a dense woods when it matures.
So proportionally for the width, you feel that it's the same or greater that we would have in a 50-foot or
I'll let my landscape architect address it.
Can you ask that again, please? About the width? You're concerned about the number of trees within the width being less than what's appropriate?
Yes.
Well, we looked at this very closely. We looked at the goal of a forest mitigation plan and creating a hedgerow look to this property. We also looked at the lay of the land and where there was greater visibility. We have, thanks. Where there was greater visibility, we have more trees closer together. And as the role of the land changes, we have trees a little further apart that connect to the hedgerow along the street. So where there's more visibility, we have put more trees in, and we have added the evergreens as requested. We feel very comfortable with this. We're not trying to wall off the houses from Darby Road and Newtown Road. Most of your buffer requirements, as I recall correctly, are full evergreen screens when they're required. So that's not what we're attempting to do, is to put a full evergreen screen here. We're responding to the natural environment.
Okay. Secondly, I think I have to agree with Commissioner Fisher that the width of these roads is inconsistent with what we're doing, and we're asking other neighborhoods to deal with as far as the parking. So John said that you would need to require no parking, then post it. Is that what is the plan, or is that just is it going to be posted, or is that just going to be something that would be adhered to?
What we agreed to was on roads that are 20 feet in width, that they could be posted for no parking on one side. The 18-foot was posted for no parking at all. The 18-foot is just the natural loop with the alley of trees, so we're not losing that alley of trees. It's just 18 feet wide, 2 travel lanes and nothing else.
Rich, the concern is in
Yeah, that's
proximity,
right. No,
in
forget it.
proximity to homes, though.
I understand. That's, the only other thing is, I would ask Mr. Norsini or anyone in engineering or Bob, do we have a hammerhead around anywhere that we've seen in the township? I don't remember ever seeing anything like that.
We have one in the parking lot here.
I was going to say, you might see it in places in the township. I mean, we've talked about before the road widths, and I concur with the commissioners that spoke on the road widths in general, reducing impervious, having some infiltration. The only thing that I do have concern with out of the whole plan is the hammerhead. But the 20-foot roads and the no parking one side, the use of roadside swales, I think are an example of the beginning of some sustainable development instead of the usual cookie cutter that we see.
If I could just opine, the hammerheads are typically used in parking lots to allow for maneuvers in and out of them, so you'd see them more typically in them.
Right, in the parking lot. I've
Right.
never seen anything like this between two houses.
Well,
like that.
it's an unusual situation because you have a driveway serving several sites, so that's not something that you normally see, but it's not unusual to use this type of, for maneuvers to get trucks in and out of sites.
I think if I was buying that house, I'd probably make it a basketball court or something.
That's what we talked about earlier.
All right. Yeah, I don't think it's very attractive.
Any other commissioner comment?
Just one little comment, and that is the tower, the historic tower on the property.
You want to finish up?
Yeah, one more. With respect to the path, why not relocate the wall back and put the path in? Is it because it's too much money? Is that what I get from that giggling?
It's historic. Yes, it is a tremendous amount of money to take that wall and to move that wall. We're moving parts of it where we have to for site visibility.
Well, why not move the whole thing then and put the path in?
There's also
How
trees.
much would that cost? I'm sure it costs more than $78,000, but how much would it be?
There's trees all along the edge of the road, too, so moving the wall would completely impact all the trees along Newtown Road.
So
you'd be taking trees down to move the wall and impacting that vegetation also. You'd be impacting the whole feel of the road visually.
Well, I'm just trying to address the people seem to want a path through there, so you're saying it can't be in front of the wall, can't because it's PennDOT, it can't be behind the wall because you refuse to allow that, and you won't relocate the wall. I just want to make sure I understand the position of the developer.
That's correct. The length of that wall, it's just, it inhibits the movement of that entire wall. Yeah. We would not consider that.
Now I'm done.
Okay, another comment?
In the letter from Gannett Fleming dated October 20th, references made on page 3 to the water tower, and a condition is that you would save it if feasible. Wasn't there talk at some point that you would save it regardless, without condition?
No, the question was whether it was structurally sound. What we indicated before was that from what we've seen, we believe that the only issues are with the roof and not with the structure. We have negotiated at this first closing to be able to get an easement as a part of our acquisition in the first closing so that we can get in there and assess it and do whatever is needed to be done to preserve it. It's a tremendous feature for us, so the last thing we want to see is it come down. It's just that we don't know its, the structural stability of it, but we have no indication that it's not. Okay, I mean, we're not telling you that we think it might not be or anything. We just don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
And any other commissioner
Yeah,
comment?
that's what I'm saying. We don't have information.
Just one very minor point. I was looking again at the agenda, and for this agenda item, it says caucus.
Yeah, this is just caucus.
This isn't the final?
Well, this is caucus about the final. We're not voting tonight.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay, I think we're finished with commissioner comment. I'm going to invite the public up to make their comments.
Madam President, if I may, while they're coming up. I know with the waivers that have been requested, I know that waivers have been granted in the past. I would highly recommend to this board that when you do vote, that a condition upon the waivers would be that the organization would pay for the complete cost for the trail to be installed, which I believe, Roger, the cost is approximately $500,000, $500,000. Again, I think for waivers and that should be granted here, as we've asked others to do, similar to the one development on County Line Road. We asked for sidewalks and other conditions. I believe the same thing should be asked for here too as well, that they should pay for those trails
Thank
as
you,
well.
Bob. Okay. Public comment?
Again, my name is Christina Peroni. I just want to thank Commissioner Schaefer for her comment about if the plan is ever changed. We have given waivers of millions and millions of dollars. I would cite, and I won't read them all, but there are about 12 listed that are worth millions and millions of dollars to this developer. So we are paying market value for the land. We are buying some land that is unbuildable, that's steep slope, wetlands, and water. They're not agreeing to do the path. They are not agreeing to definitely save the tower. They're just, if possible. And we are letting them build something that is unsafe in terms of the width of the streets. So I would go back to just remind this board, and I believe Commissioner Spengler was on the board when Montparnasse was built, and we said to Montparnasse, there are 8 lots that we allowed them to make as buildable, even though they weren't all buildable, conditioned upon Lot 9 staying as open space. And it was put on the plan as open space, submitted as open space, and then the developer came back and said, well, wait, I can't get a tax deduction if it says open space, if it's listed as open space. So would you mind just changing it as a buildable lot, and then I can take my tax deduction? It was voted that he could do that because it was done on good faith, that he just wanted to do a tax deduction. Lot 9 is now up for sale. So however, Commissioner Schaefer, and I would get the greatest legal advice that we can, that if one thing is changed on those lots that now are open space, but in 10 years when we're all doing other things, somebody comes back to build on those lots, how do we ensure that all of these millions of dollars of waivers is required? Can we do a restrictive covenant? What can we do? How can we ensure that what happened with Lot 9 does not happen here?
I agree with that question to Attorney Rice.
Well, Commissioner Schaefer recommended that there be a condition at final plan approval. They already have preliminary plan approval, but the conditional use decision essentially requires any further construction beyond the lots, the building lots, and some of the lots are going to have existing homes on it, that if there was any other development, that there would have to be a new conditional use decision brought in. That would open up the waivers, that would open up subdivision plans, that would open up other restrictions. So that's already in place.
But there isn't, the problem is there's not a lot of institutional memory 10 years from now when that happens, and people are going to say, oh, it's been working fine, the streets are wide enough, everything's good. It's going to take a lot of courage for 7 people to stand up and say, all your streets now have to be bigger, and now you need curbs, and now you need all these other things that we waived. Cul-de-sac, turnaround, private street width, lengths, installation of streetlights, sidewalks, curbs, interior crosswalks, crosswalk markings. There's tons and tons, millions. So why don't we just require them? Let's have the nerve right now to require those lots as unbuildable, restricted. And if, in fact, they want to come back for some zoning appeal, let them come back. But they're listed as unbuildable lots, totally restricted.
Well, one of the issues, and Christina, I don't know if you've been here at all the discussions. I know Mr. Snyder and the landowner in this case have talked about, and it's been in front of the Planning Commission, what happens to the tax plan that they are proposing if you do what you want to do. I mean, I'm not going to address it. Mr. Snyder can address it, but I think this board has heard that if you restrict all of this land beyond what's required by the zoning ordinance, which they're setting aside the required open space, separate and apart from the 71 acres. But if you put those kinds of restrictions on it, then the taxability of those investment lots creates an issue.
I mean, who cares about the taxability of it? That is their problem. We are giving up all of this money, so,
Christina, I'm just going to point out it's been 7 minutes.
Okay. My point is, this is millions and millions of dollars in free money to the developer. We're having a tax increase, significant tax increase to pay for this development, and I understand.
No, the tax increase is to pay for the purchase.
For the purchase of land,
space.
That's correct.
Well, it has nothing to do with this development.
Yeah, but we are buying this land, some land that is unbuildable, which is a coup to the developer. So let's require the developer to do what's good for the township.
Thank you, Christina. Anybody else?
Good evening, Leslie Morgan. I think, Christine, we fought that battle for about, 6 months on the investment lots. I'm never going to be sure about that theory, but I hope it works. I really do. It'll be a novel idea, and it would be good for Radnor if it works, so I do hope it works. In terms of the buffer, which I've gone on to, I'm going to just say a few words. I actually, Commissioner Nagel, I don't think the Planning Commission was anything but progressive in their comments the last meeting. And some of their comments included simple things that Officer Bola, in his decision, specifically said it. One of the simple things was in the plan that they did add trees, and that was great. But what they didn't do was add trees down on all the lots, which was included in the decision, that the screening would take effect in all the lots. And so what they pointed out was the inconsistency of the screening. And there is conifer add. There's 24 trees that were added along thousands of feet, and it's 100 feet deep. So we all know this is a very large, expansive view, and we are paying, I think, a record amount for the acreage on the rye field, and everybody agreed on that, and it passed, and that's great. But what the officer specifically said, and and I'm a broken record, but I'm going to say it again, it was to be taken from the perspective of the intersection of Darby Paoli and Newtown Road, not to do the buffer to wall it off, but to create the forest and the buffer so there'd be low plantings, high plantings, it'd be varied. Nobody asked to do just evergreens. But I think 24 trees, if you think about it in your own yard, any walk to Wayne is about a quarter acre. You could have 24 in your own yard on just a quarter acre. So this is a huge expanse, and I think your winter views, your late fall views, your early spring views, so that's basically half the year. We're going to have 24 trees year-round. I don't think that's enough. I factually know that's not enough. And so there might be a difference in taste, but there can't be a difference in the fact of the screening requirement, that the officer tried so hard to get everybody that came all those nights, all the Conservancy members, everybody was so passionate about this. They came, and the one thing they wanted was what I call a commuter shed. They wanted the purview from that intersection to be for the benefit of the taxpayers of this township, not for the people that may buy those houses someday. That was fact, you guys. I know that you all know it. Maybe it's a little more work, but I think that there needs to be some more conifer infiltration if you want a year-round screen. Or if not, then it's just further subsidization for the houses that will be built there. And they'll get all the views all the time, and we'll see the houses all the time. And we'll think of all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Good evening. I'm Chet Harrington, 757 Newtown Road, Villanova. And there's been a lot of discussion here this evening about the buffering. I am more concerned with the logistics of the entrances and the safety of the roads leading from the property we are discussing to roads, the 6 roads that will enter onto Newtown Road, and the traffic that will be a result of the building of 71 homes. It is of great concern, and I would like to have the police commissioner, Mr. Caruso, make any comments that he might have regarding the traffic study that the township has been conducting. And also, I'd like to know more about the PennDOT meeting that was held on the 16th of September. I'd like to know who attended. I'd like to see the minutes of that meeting, because I don't recall, how many members of the board attended that meeting? Anyone? Nobody. I don't recall any taxpayers being admitted to that meeting that I know of. At least we weren't advised. So it was a meeting between PennDOT and Mr. Snyder and Mr. Scott, obviously, probably. But they had a discussion that was more internal. It wasn't, there weren't enough people that I would like to have present in a meeting like that if they could add to it. So I think there are some questions to be had. And Chief, do you have any comments to make about the traffic problems that we discussed the other day?
Well, Madam President, with your permission, sir, we did talk about the other day, and there was a traffic study done by the Traffic Safety Unit, of which Lieutenant Block's the commanding officer, regarding the access routes. There was a study done. They don't per se have a problem with the access routes the way they're done now, as far as affecting or impeding the traffic flow. The biggest issue was obviously what the lieutenant spoke about earlier, was the width of the street for fire apparatus. But as far as the access routes, I don't believe we had any issues with that once we looked at the traffic study, which was done by the Traffic Safety Unit.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. And Bob Sankowski, are you in agreement, or do you have any comment?
Yeah, Madam President, if I may, the Staff Traffic Unit did look at it, and they re-looked at it again like the superintendent talked about, and they said, I believe, and correct me where I'm wrong here, Andy and Bill, that actually the more access points were better to help control traffic. So by having the multiple items, which, again, you would think that with fewer you might have more, but they felt that by the number of access points would actually control traffic a little bit better in speed. That was their recommendation.
Thank you. Well, the other comment I have to make is we've been in contact with Mr. Adolph, who is our state representative, and he is undergoing some conversations with PennDOT, and we have hopes of having a meeting with PennDOT to discuss the logistics of the traffic that we discussed earlier. So I just want you to be advised of that, and I hope that you all, as commissioners, will think more about the traffic that will be as a result of putting 71 new homes on the property. I don't think you can say that there's not going to be a change in the traffic. There will be a change.
Thank you.
use the table. I don't want to mess it.
Let me get this off here.
Eugene Huff, 115 Cumberland Place. My wife would say that I've been blessed and cursed with loving history and learning about the Ardrossan event with the development. I just wanted to express some concerns based upon experience that I've had and being a Radnor resident and loving its history. And as Mr. Don Eisenberg mentioned years ago about history, he said, history is also about what we don't know about history. 20 years ago, we formed an organization called the Legacy Marker Project. It was involved with historians. I'm sorry. The Legacy Marker Project was formed 25 years ago, recognizing, like in Radnor, there are historic markers along our roadways which tell a story. Is that okay? Thank you. Appreciate it. So, noting this, and particularly what's unfolding with the events at Ardrossan, the concern was, are there any provisions noting that there has been reportings of artifacts that have been found on the property, not only from Native American, but also American Revolutionary War artifacts. I cite from an example in 2003, I'd gone down to Augusta, Georgia to do a project working on a cemetery site dating back to colonial periods. The stone listed here, if you could zoom in on that, if it's possible, they consider to be a piece of blacktop. And in fact, in doing more investigation about this piece of blacktop, which had been in that position since the colonial times, it was found out that in fact it was possibly a Creek Indian map with petroglyph markings on it. That stone has been preserved and protected at this point, but for years again, the site was recognized as really not having a significant historically based upon that stone. What I'm hoping for are, again, any provisions that during the excavation, if the project proceeds, that if artifacts are found, who is going to be there to catalog those, if possible. The stories of items being thrown in the back of dump trucks and carted away too many times has happened in the past. A classic example would be in Springfield Township, where for years at the site of the White Marsh encampment, a future development was slated to be developed on that site. Over the years, basically, they had taken the opportunity to highlight where that mill site was, if you associate that with the site at Ardrossan. Chet, could I have some help up here with these, placing these out? What happened historically was, if we look at Ardrossan and we drop back in time, we can see what's happened with that site over in Springfield. And again, I want to associate to Ardrossan. If you look at the Wayne or the Radnor Memorial, the meeting house site that's there, it highlights the fact that Washington's troops had used that site for a hospital. If you go up to Garrett Hill, there is a marker that recognizes the marching of troops down the roadway. In recent years, out at Paoli Battlefield, a national grant was given to that site because they recognized that the Philadelphia campaign not only included the Willistown, the Paoli, Malvern areas, but also, with hopeful research, to include Radnor's history. Radnor's history is alive, but we just have these markers. We've never really given a concerted effort, I feel, to investigate. So again, with time and the clock speeding onward, what are we going to do if, in fact, items are found on site? Is anybody going to be there to care to do that? One of the suggestions possibly would be, if, in fact, items are found on site, is to allow for a proper archaeological investigation. I'm not going against what the owner intends to do. The Scott family has a wonderful, wonderful history, and I can't believe there isn't somebody in the membership in the living grouping today who would not want to support the right thing to do and not be Monday morning quarterbacks and say, hey, only if we knew, we would have done something differently. Thank you.
Thank you. I recall Mr. Phillips addressed this at the Planning Commission. One of the Planning Commission members asked him what would happen if an artifact was found. So not to put you on the spot, do you mind repeating that answer that you gave?
Well, depending on what was found, the Pennsylvania Historic and Museum Commission would then get involved, and they would dictate, they have different levels of archaeological surveys that are required, which would be phase 1, 2, 3, and I don't know how far they go. But if some significant features were found, they would step in and require something like that to be done, I'm sure.
Okay, thank
And the
you.
letter we got from Delaware County Planning Commission specifically called out that they wanted to be contacted if stuff is found so they could come out and assist you in cataloging. So this isn't being ignored.
Okay, is there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, there is no vote tonight. I hope you've gotten some good information from us that'll help us get towards a final document next month. And,
And if I can, I'd just like to make one quick response to what Mrs. Morgan was saying, and that is, there is the additional funding that we're now saying we're going to provide. So
right, we got that.
if you see holes in it, you can plant more trees. If a house is about to go up where you think there should be something, that's why we're funding that. It's not a cheapness issue. It's not a wanting to not do the right thing issue. It's a wanting to do it the right way and not have to do it in a way that won't work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next item. Okay, we're going to take just a three-minute break. Okay, I'm going to call everyone back now.
All right, the next item is a caucus on 205 Strafford Avenue subdivision development. And we have Benson Homes, and represented by George Brosman, and Mr. Erickson with Benson Homes. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. I'm George Brosman, representing the applicant. Bo Erickson is here, as you noted, as well as our engineer, Chuck Dobson. We've had a long night, so we'll try to go quickly. This is a property at 205 Strafford Avenue. It's got an existing home on it. This is a minor subdivision plan to add 4 lots, 4 new homes to the property. The existing home would remain. It complies with all of the zoning ordinance provisions. The lots are bigger than the minimum size. We've been to the Planning Commission twice. We were there in September and again in October. We have their recommendation of approval. We worked closely with the Planning Commission and the staff to address various concerns they have. Chuck could go into the details of it, but I'll just highlight a few issues. We heard from a neighbor who lives on the other side of this open space parcel that he had a stormwater concern. So even though all of our lots had state-of-the-art stormwater provisions, the Planning Commission asked us, could we do something extra on the existing home lot? So the developer agreed to do that and has put a basin there. And all the other lots will have their own stormwater management. Spent a lot of time on what should happen along the 2 road frontages. We agreed to put in sidewalks. A little loud back there.
Excuse me, could you take your conversation to the back, to the outside? Thank you.
We've agreed to do the sidewalks along both of the street frontages. There is a common driveway that comes off of Strafford Avenue to serve 3 of the lots, which we thought was a good thing to minimize the number of curb cuts on Eagle Road. And we have a couple, I would call fairly minor waivers that were discussed and supported by the Planning Commission. They have to do with the basically the road frontages. One is for the right-of-way width of Eagle Road. We're proposing to give additional right-of-way on both streets for a total 60 feet of right-of-way. The other one is there are no curbs anywhere along here, nor are there sidewalks. We agreed to do sidewalks, but we thought adding curbs wouldn't make any sense, so we're asking for a waiver to not provide curbs here. We think that'll help keep the existing character of the area. And there's something in the code that says you could require that an existing street be widened, physically widened. The Planning Commission agreed, and we agree that these streets should not be physically widened here. There's some concerns with speeding along Eagle Road we've heard about. So everybody agreed that we should not physically widen the roads anymore, that the existing paving width was sufficient for this minor project. So that was one of the other waivers, not to widen these roads out further than they are.
Okay, are you ready for our comments? Are you finished with your presentation? Okay. Would anybody like to start? Okay, I'll start. Well, I watched both of the Planning Commission meetings where this was discussed, and I've looked through the packet carefully. And I have to tell you, I am at this point, I don't see a very compelling reason to grant the waivers for the 80-foot right-of-way on Eagle or the 60-foot one on Strafford. My inclination would be that the township would want to keep those, keep the right-of-way. And first of all, there's a traffic issue, as you mentioned, and you know, we've been asked to do traffic calming on that road already. The road, many of the traffic calming measures that we are always wishing we could use, we're precluded from using because the road, we don't have enough right-of-way. Things like putting a median in or putting more vegetation or bump outs that are vegetated. So, if at some point in the future we do want to do traffic safety on that road, having more right-of-way is better. Secondly, and more importantly really, is that we, especially on Eagle Road, I would think, want to keep as much right-of-way as possible for future stormwater management. This location, this region, is the top of our watershed. And as you know, in our township, we're in a time now where every square inch of that highland we have to look at as can it help stormwater management? Because all of the water that doesn't get sucked up down there comes downstream and floods the rest of our town. And this would be an opportunity to have more right-of-way. I mean, we do have the right-of-way. We don't want to give away the right-of-way because that side of the road could someday be used in stormwater management. In fact, as it was proposed in the plans, there is a sidewalk there with I think it was a 3-foot lawn area, or 2 feet, I don't remember what it was, but there was an unpaved area between the sidewalk and the road, and I believe the engineer said this is a great, this is very helpful in stormwater management, having that space. Well, if a couple of feet is helpful, 10 feet or 12 feet is really helpful. I mean, I could even envision, little mini bioswales along the road there. Not that that's in the plan right now, but it could be. And I can't imagine why we as a township would want to give up that right-of-way and preclude any future planning at that particular location where stormwater management is so important to us. And I didn't see in any of the meetings so far any compelling reason that would weigh against our need to keep that right-of-way. So that's my initial inclination. I don't know how my colleagues are feeling. I haven't spoken to them about it, but.
Could I respond to those? First of all, you're characterizing it as you're giving up something. You don't have the right-of-way. Currently, the right-of-way for both are 40 feet. We've been asked to give additional right-of-way. What we're proposing on Strafford Avenue, 60 feet, is what is recommended in your code, so there's no issue there. With regard to Eagle Road, what's recommended in your code is 80 feet.
Can you clarify for me what the waiver is for if we don't have the
waiver
right to it?
is for Eagle Road,
right,
to the extent an 80 feet right-of-way is required. The Planning Commission and the township engineer supported 60 feet. Now, you don't have that right-of-way, and it's my position, and I have the case here, and it was cited in one of my waiver letters. The township cannot make an applicant dedicate land. Everybody has conceded that this particular project does not cause the need for additional right-of-way. Now, having said that, we're giving to the township, offering to give to the township substantial additional right-of-way with no compensation for that, up to 60 feet. And we're willing to do that. We don't make an issue of it. But if somebody were to say they want 80 for some future thing, just as you're saying, that's a taking without just compensation, and it's not allowed. If we could agree to it, we would, as we have done with going to the 60 feet. And the 60 feet that we're proposing will more than cover, we think, anything in the future, and it's more than you have on other parts of Eagle Road. So we think we're being very generous.
Well, what's your objection to the 80 feet?
There's just no room for it. It's too big. It's out of character with anything else on Eagle Road. It's not...
too big? What do you mean?
The Planning Commission recommended against it, specifically recommended against it, and the township engineer and traffic engineer...
What's your objection to it?
Our objection is we don't want to give away that much land.
Why? What do you have in mind?
it's more land. It comes further into our property. There's already an existing garage, and it's out of character with what everybody else has given. And there's no need for it. The Planning Commission and your engineers have said it's not needed.
Well,
The Planning Commission specifically recommended
There is
against
a
it.
need for it, as Commissioner Schaefer said.
No, you may have a need for it in the future.
That's a need.
That's not a need.
It is a need.
And I mean, just to be completely correct, our township director of public works, also an engineer to whom we look for guidance, did not support. I mean, he also voiced in those meetings that he would prefer more right-of-way.
Well, it was conceded that this project does not cause the need for the right-of-way. It's a minor subdivision. You can't take somebody's land and say, dedicate it to me for getting my subdivision approved. There's a procedure in the future, if you need more than the 60 that we're going to get, that we're going to give you, that you can get it. The township can always get the right-of-way it needs. The case, I think, is very clear on it. I have it here. I'm sure John is familiar with it.
How big are the front yards on Eagle Road? I mean, they're only 60 feet, 80 feet, how many are they?
What's your question?
The rest of the houses, not those houses, the houses that continue down the street.
Oh, yeah, that's what Mr. Erickson was saying.
Yeah. So, I
They're
mean,
not
if you
this
took
big.
80 feet off them, you'd be right at their front door.
Yeah. I mean, you can see it here.
Yeah. So, right now, we have 40 feet on each side, right now. So if you didn't build,
40 feet
40
total.
feet on each side. 20 on each side. 20 on each side. Now we have, counting the road, it's 40, is that what you're saying?
It's 40 feet Eagle Road.
And 40 feet on Strafford?
Yes.
And so you're raising it to 60 feet on Strafford to comply to the ordinance, and 80 feet, the township,
60 on Eagle,
60
60
on
on
Eagle.
Strafford.
Stratford requires 60, you're going to 60, and, yeah, so.
And Eagle,
I need to clarify the language that we're using here. In our memos from our consultants, it states that there is a required right-of-way of 80 feet.
On the subdivision?
Right.
Yes.
So from which you would need a waiver to build within that 40 feet from the center line. So now you're saying it's not required, you're giving it to us.
that's right.
I'm not following.
You have a code provision that says along an existing street, the commissioners, if they want, could say it should be wider, and there's a standard for that type of road. But that doesn't mean you can just take it if the project doesn't cause the need for it. I have the case here, Board of Supervisors versus Fichter. It's exactly on point. It says the issue is whether a municipality has the power to require the dedication of additional right-of-way property along an abutting street as a condition precedent to subdivision approval, where a subdivision ordinance mandates the minimum width for all streets within the township. That's the provision you're talking about. And their conclusion is that such a requirement would face serious constitutional obstacles, and it says at the end of the case that the conclusion must be that the landowner's subdivision approval cannot be conditioned on the dedication of a public right-of-way.
But we have a right-of-way requirements on every single one of our roads and every single one of our subdivisions, and there's a constitutional problem for each one?
I don't know about those other ones. If somebody's willing to give you something, as we are, that's not a constitutional problem.
Madam President, if I may?
Yeah, we need to separate. We're not taking land here. We're enforcing a right-of-way, which requires you to set back further from the roadway. We're not taking your land. That would be a different action by the board.
I think what Mr. Brosman is saying, that these types of provisions in municipal ordinances have been found in the past to be unconstitutional as a taking of land. Even though it's a common provision, it's in every shadow ordinance I've ever seen. And that's a Chester County case. I'm familiar with that case, and that's what it said in that case. It's from 1989. Has not stopped municipalities from enacting ordinances with these provisions, and from developers from setting aside lands. putting that aside, there's, I think, multiple other waivers that are being requested here on this particular project. Other than this, technically, they are asking for a waiver, Elaine, but he's saying that the provision's unenforceable to start with, therefore I'm giving you the land. You want to do 60 feet, George, instead of the 80 feet on Eagle Road, correct?
60 is what we went over with the Planning Commission. It was recommended by the Planning Commission. It was recommended by Roger Phillips and Amy Kaminsky. So 60 is what we're showing on the plan.
What are the front and side yard setbacks that affect the
So we're showing,
building envelope?
we're showing 30 feet front yard setbacks for these. There's really no side yard that is affected. One of the issues is if we give you the additional land, where do we measure the setback from? That was one of the issues we wanted to talk to you about tonight. We want to measure it from the right-of-way as it is today, so we're not penalized for giving this land. And there's support for that in the ordinance.
Are you saying right-of-way or cartway?
Right-of-way. The cartway is the paved area which would remain.
What is the current right-of-way in that drawing that you have there?
The current right-of-way is 40 feet wide.
That's total, right?
Total. We're proposing essentially
20 foot from the center of the cartway?
We're proposing essentially 10 more feet, so that it would add up to 60 if you ever got the other land from the office complex.
It's my impression that you measure setbacks from your right-of-way line. Isn't
You
that
do. You
right.
measure them from the right-of-way. This
Okay.
right-of-way you don't have, and there's a provision in the saldo that says, it's 255-17, that says, B, effective recording, streets and other public improvements shown on the subdivision or land development plan to be recorded may be offered for dedication to the township by formal notation. And it goes on to state that every street, and I'm skipping some words here to go to the relevant part, this is in sub 2, shall be deemed to be a private street until such time as the same has been offered for dedication and accepted by ordinance and recorded. So our position is, and I've done this in every other township, we've been asked to give land. You give the land, but you're not punished. So our position is we show the right-of-way. It's an offer of dedication on the plan that gets recorded. The township, as it would with anything, would decide at a later time, do we want to accept that offer? When you accept it, that becomes the right-of-way. And then anything in the future would go off of that setback. But for now, for this project, you measure off of the existing right-of-way.
So
That's
if
our
in
position.
that scenario, if the township then in the future did build a bioswale or a stormwater measurement in their right-of-way that you gifted back, your setbacks would then be non-conforming.
It wouldn't change the setback. You'd still have plenty of room to build it.
But they wouldn't be, because you're now building into the land. I mean, you've put your setbacks closer to the ultimate right-of-way line that's now being built upon.
Right, but it wouldn't in any way interfere with the building. That's part of the point, that you would still have plenty of room.
It wouldn't interfere with the building, but the setbacks would not be as required anymore.
Yeah, like many things. You know, like this building that's an old historic garage, that's right on the line. It would just become non-conforming. That's what happens. Or just as if these homes were here and you came along and you made the setback bigger or you condemned the right-of-way yourself, it might make something non-conforming. That happens all the time. But it wouldn't interfere in any way with what you needed to do because you can see there's plenty of space here.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm unconvinced. The way I read it from our professionals, we have, the waiver is from the 40 feet. And if we give the waiver, then we can't plan on someday have the ability to someday use that in this area where it is critically important.
You can always, the township has the power of eminent domain, and you can always take what you need What you can't say to us is to take our plan and say we want to take more land, and it's just out of character with what you already have. Well, why we would be singled out for that much more right-of-way.
That's the only place where there's an 80-foot right-of-way?
Yes, that's to our knowledge. 80-foot right-of-way is like a superhighway.
Madam President, the question would be, is through the board to the solicitor, is then the board doesn't have to grant any waivers.
Right.
So if that's the case, the board just doesn't have to grant any waivers.
Right.
If they won't comply with this, the board just won't approve.
Exactly.
Mr. Brosman, you're refusing the 60-foot right-of-way also, is that right?
No, we're willing to give the 60-foot right-of-way.
But not in the, but you want to give it somewhere down the road. You just want to.
No, we'll give it now.
You don't want to move the homes back. You don't want to measure the setbacks from the 60-foot right-of-way. You
We
wanna
prefer
measure-
not to, but if we absolutely had to, we could do that. It
my-
wouldn't stop our plan.
Well, that was my understanding, that the Planning Commission, you had a discussion, and that the 60-foot right-of-way would not, the additional 10 feet would not penalize this plan. It wouldn't prevent this plan from moving forward.
Right.
So,
We would be able to move forward.
Measured from the ultimate right-of-way of 60 feet, of 30 feet of center line, just so I'm,
yeah, I think that's what we're talking about.
It's
I
the
mean,
30 plus the 30,
Yeah.
right? So you get the 30-foot right away and then 30-foot setback
Right.
for a total of 60 feet from the center line.
Right, we would prefer to measure it from the existing, but if you insisted, we could measure it that way and we could move forward on that basis.
If I could add one thing to this, the zoning code is clear in the definition as to where to measure these setbacks from, and it's from the street line, which is defined as the right-of-way line. And Saldo also further defines a street line as existing or proposed. So when required right-of-way is proposed, that's where the setback is measured from, and that is a zoning issue. And to get relief from that, it must go to the zoning board.
Say proposed right-of-way, that would be right-of-way that we were keeping and not allowing a waiver to extinguish.
That's correct. It would be
Okay.
the right-of-way that they are proposing for dedication, whether it be on an interior street or a bordering street of the proposed subdivision.
Okay, got it, thank you.
We don't agree with that, but we can live with that. We will dedicate to the 60 on both streets, and we can measure from what we are giving.
On another note for these three lots, I'm personally opposed to the private driveway. I believe you go ahead and make the cuts into Eagle. More driveways on Eagle is going to help with traffic, with speed control. And what's going to happen now is we'll look at backs of buildings as we drive down Eagle. Whereas if it was properly oriented, you'd be looking at the fronts of those buildings.
My 2 cents then, I'm not sure that curbs are out of character with this area. This is a dense area. My sense is that curbs are in character, so I'm not inclined to support the waiver of the curbs. The right-of-way, I don't know, I'm going back and forth. At this point, I think I'm inclined to think that we should take the full right-of-way that we are allowed to take, because I sense that by waiving our right-of-way requirements, we are somehow enhancing the capability to put more homes in here. So that's one concern I have. And then similar to Commissioner Nagel, I don't like the idea of a driveway in the back. I think the driveway should be in the front. That would lend consistency with the other homes on this street. And then I also have the concern that if you put the driveway where the driveway is, those two homes, those will become the de facto front of the homes, and the Eagle will become the de facto back of the homes. So consequently, that's where people will keep their trash cans and their play sets and things of that sort. To me, the neighborhood has to have uniform consistency in where the fronts are, where the backs are, where the sides are, in order to have the neighbors get along with their day-to-day activities. So my preference would be to see those streets, those houses accessed from Eagle the same way the houses to the northeast are accessed from Eagle.
Well, ironically on that, the ordinance actually says that we shouldn't have driveways onto Eagle Road. There's a provision that says in general there should be no driveways onto a major collector. And the staff, one of the waivers that I don't think we need, but out of an abundance of caution, I think they suggested that we ask for, was this existing driveway here on Eagle Road that will lead to this garage. We actually have to request a waiver. Again, I don't think we need it, but to keep that driveway. Why? Because you have a code provision that says no driveways should be on a major collector. So most of the people that we spoke to, I think the developer had originally come in with a plan to put them on Eagle Road, but the feedback that we got early on was go with the common driveway back here. So I think to put them out onto Eagle Road would be a violation of that other provision.
I did meet with Mr. Erickson some time ago, and we discussed the driveways, and I think Mr. Curley has the right analysis on this, and I did not have the right analysis when you said you wanted driveways in the back, common driveways, and keeping the traffic away from Eagle Road, I think it's much, and I like Mr. Curley's observation that we'll be looking at backs of houses with play sets and trash and other things, and trash cans and other things in the back. So I think all in all, it makes much more sense to have driveways come out on Eagle and to have the houses face and front on Eagle Road.
Well, there's nothing in the ordinance that says what the front or the back of the house has to be. So we're very far down the line on this plan, and to go back now to that.
Our ordinances let's put it this way. The fronts of homes should be on streets, public streets. So you want to put a private drive-in that's going to service these homes? And if that road's not conforming to our road requirements, if it's not 28 feet wide, doesn't have curbs and doesn't have sidewalks, it's not a street. So, we're going around in circles here.
I don't understand that. This is a private driveway. It's not a street. We've made it as wide as was recommended.
I just said that in general, it's best to design towns where the fronts of houses front on streets. It's not a street. It's an alley. So it's different.
But that is something, if you want that, you have to put that into your ordinance.
George, do you mind if I ask John Rice about that?
Sure.
Because, John, if you create 3 lots and the only access is on Eagle Road, I find it hard to believe that we would be forbidden from having access on Eagle Road.
Mr. Brosman said is, in order to do that, there's some other saldo provision that would have to be waived. So
I disagree with that, and if I could add quickly to that, is the only lot that would apply to what Mr. Brosman is saying is, I believe it's Lot 5. It's right at the intersection of Eagle and Strafford, where that driveway, based on the provision in the ordinance, would require that driveway to front on Strafford. The other 2 lots above there would be permitted and to a certain extent required to front on Eagle. There would be no reason to prohibit those driveways by ordinance.
Well, we were told by Mr. Nelson we had to ask for a waiver because we couldn't have a driveway onto a major collector. And I have, I can read you the provision.
Well, you need waivers for this plan, you're going to need waivers for another plan if you're going to front these on the existing streets. So either way, you're going to need waivers. It sounds to me like the board, I don't know whether there's a majority of the board, but it looks like there's a majority of the board that's inclined to have these homes turned around, and at least 2 of them on Eagle. And if the corner lot, is there an issue with the driveway and the separation distance from the intersection on the corner
Yes,
lot?
and that would fall into the provision that was just referenced, where you put the driveway on the lesser road. Now, I believe that wouldn't apply to the other 2 lots because they're separate and individual lots that only have frontage on Eagle Road. The only reason that they're getting a common driveway is they're going to be some sort of a joint agreement that's going to allow access across those lots.
Right.
I mean, we were told to do it this way, so if now this far down the road, you want us to do something else? If you want to make that a condition that we, so what I'm hearing is,
If you're referring to me, I didn't say that you should face the houses to an alley. I simply said, when Mr. Brosman came to my office, that he said that for traffic flow purposes, it would make sense to have driveways not exiting onto Eagle Road. Now, I'm changing my position, and you can criticize me for that, but I think what Mr. Curley said makes a lot more sense.
okay. So I'm hearing we can do it. So is it fair to ask for a sense of, I don't want to come back in 2 weeks and say, well, it wasn't really a majority.
Is it the sense of the board that we'd prefer to have the homes front to the street?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the two homes.
That's my
Front on
sense.
Eagle, the third home on the corner front on Strafford.
Lot 3 would keep this driveway.
Yes. Yep.
And then driveway out to Eagle and driveway out to Eagle that already exists.
And this frees up, well, let's say.
Would lot 3 face, where would lot 3 face, the front door?
It's a corner.
Okay, all right.
It would look better on Eagle.
Yeah.
And that's something that I believe we see all the time. You see homes in which the conventional driveway, front of the house oriented toward the street, but the corner lot has a driveway that comes along from the side.
So we can do that. Is it?
If they are okay with it.
Is it? Are there four
Yes,
people that
yes,
want
yes,
that?
yes, yes, yeah.
5 people. So I know that math. Is there? We would like to keep this rolling. We would like to. I don't know if you have more comments, but if that could be one of the conditions in the resolution.
How does that affect the, now that you're freeing up the rear of the properties, or what was the front, I guess? Do we all of a sudden have the ability to do it within the original 80-foot right-of-way?
If the purpose of this is just to put out ideas, if pushing the homes back 10 feet means that you have to take 10 feet off of the other property, is that an option? Essentially making those 3 lots bigger and conforming to the more strict interpretation of our ordinance.
We don't want to move the property lines. We're not moving the title lines. We don't need to.
We don't think we need to do that.
We think the right-of-way is at 60 feet is what it should be.
Yeah, you're revisiting the 80-foot question?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
I mean, my mind hasn't been changed on the 80-foot question, so I have not heard a compelling reason why we would give that waiver.
The Fichter case, I think, is the compelling reason, the law.
If you took from the bridge on Eagle Road and drew a line 80 feet in front of those 10 homes, where would that line be? It'd be right up.
It would be on,
What's
in
that?
their
No.
homes.
No, it's 40 feet, though.
No,
It's
but
not
if
80.
we need 80 feet on the corner, if you're going to widen the road.
That's a great
you gotta
point. Show us
take all
that,
those
please.
driveways. You got to, 80 feet on the corner, how about all those houses? If you're going to widen the road, you got to take.
It's 40 feet from center line.
Yes. It would be into the homes that
Yeah,
are
see?
to the east
And
of
I
us.
am not talking about road widening. I would think our future use as a municipality of that extra land would be stormwater management and traffic
Right,
calming.
But what Bill's saying is you'd have to put the stormwater in somebody's living room because that extra distance would move into, well, that's what apparently the point they're making, that the extra 20 feet.
No, because their houses are set back when.
Agreed to 30
You're going to put it on
feet.
the other side of the sidewalk?
The applicant has agreed to a 60-foot right-of-way with a 30-foot from center line?
Yes.
Okay, so we're
Yeah.
talking 10 feet difference here.
Yeah.
I just want to be mindful, 10 feet. So, yes, I would rather not give up. I would rather, you see, now that you don't need this lane behind the homes, if you could push the home, I don't know what the rear yard setback is, but if you can push the homes 10 feet further back from the roadway.
be no
The other
rear
thing is, there's no parking, I think, in front of that. There would be no parking. So you really need to accommodate, those homes need driveways that can hold 2 to 3 cars. I mean, if you have anything less than that. I'm just trying to head off what's going to become an obvious problem later.
Yeah, we feel like we've done everything. We're willing to now switch the driveways. We just don't want to go back to the 40 feet. That's more of the land. We're giving what everybody recommended.
You don't want to give us 10 more feet?
Yes,
in
correct.
essence. Okay.
And if you're at 40.
You gotta need the mic.
Yeah, it's not, you
You're
recognize
at
it's
40
not.
at all these, here you're at 40, and everywhere behind us you're at 40. For us to give you 60 here, I think makes perfect sense. To go to 80, to me, doesn't make sense. All these other developments, they're existing homes, that right-of-way is in their house.
That was the point I was making when I said the swale would be in the living room, that it might not be in the living room of these homes, but it would be in the living rooms of the homes that are to the northeast.
Right, and when those homes were built, there wasn't this incredible problem that we're facing today of how we're going to deal with our stormwater management issues. This is where it all starts. This is the top
Don't
of our
forget all the
watershed.
stormwater that we're doing.
Look, every square inch of that section of our town, we should be thinking about is
Well,
there a
let's-
way we can have
Let's
it
tell you
help
what
us?
we're doing for stormwater because
I commend you
we're
for
giving
that. I saw those
we're
meetings.
doing extra stormwater,
I'm
and now
so-
we're hearing we want more of our land to do more stormwater for somebody else, and we're
Where's
doing
the
more than
swale
we're
where's the
supposed
swale
to.
going in their front yard on the other side of the
Chuck,
sidewalk?
It doesn't have to be a swale. It could be a planted buffer with and for increased evapotranspiration. I mean, we could use
Why don't
that.
you move the sidewalk back and let them plant trees there, you know?
Well, if I
What's
could.
the space between the
That would be
sidewalk and
great.
curb?
I just think more space for that is better. And if we have it, take it.
Yeah, but if the sidewalk's here, you're not going to be taking ground on the other side of the sidewalk unless you want to dig it up, and it's your responsibility.
The sidewalk's not there yet.
What?
The sidewalk's not there.
I know, but what I'm saying is that, you know, you're talking about putting swales. Once you put in the sidewalk, you got this 30 feet on the other side of the sidewalk. You're going to go on their property and put a swale?
All right, did you have a comment?
I did. I want to actually take us all back just a little bit. A lot of the genesis for how we came up with the configuration that we started with was really not necessarily just focusing on what the ordinance requirements were, but it was really an exercise in what was the best planning approach for the property. And going back to the front page, we did take into consideration the existing homes down along Eagle Road and kind of use that as a benchmark for where these houses probably would be best suited. Relative to the right-of-way, if you think practically about a 60-foot wide right-of-way, you could put a 30-foot wide cartway in there and still have 15 feet on either side of that to do what it is you suggested relative to traffic calming, which probably isn't good if you're going to use a 30-foot wide right-of-way or cartway. You want that narrower, which is why we asked to keep the roadway where it was. And from a stormwater perspective, you're right, this property is at the top of the watershed. As such, what we've done is we've controlled the runoff leaving through our site, which part of it does come through this property off the right-of-way to less than 50% what leaves there today. I think what you need to consider relative to the stormwater is if you do put it in the right-of-way, that becomes the township's obligation to maintain and operate in the long term. Now, I don't know what Mr. Norsini would feel about having to go, restore a rain garden after the snowplow operators inadvertently blade through it or whatever it is, but it seems to me that practically that where the bulk stormwater can be accomplished, it actually has been by this plan, which is one of the things that the Planning Commission and one of the neighbors asked us to do, and the developer was happy to do it. But practically speaking, the idea is that in lieu of the township's desire to implement traffic calming, the 60-foot right-of-way actually is the greatest compromise that we come up with because it still allows you the room to do the things that you're suggesting relative to traffic calming, but it also doesn't provide for some huge enlargement of the cartway somewhere down the road where that's going to be contrary to the traffic calming that the township is actually seeking to do. So this was, the plan that's here was the result of a lot of planning effort and coordination, and I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that the town planner, Stephen Gabriel, actually looked at this and agreed that the approach that we used from a planning perspective was proper. So we didn't just come up with this and say, hey, this is what we want to do, because there was a lot of planning rationale that went into the plan that's here ahead of it before you now. And that goes to the common driveway vis-a-vis reducing trips directly on Eagle Road, because that was something that was seen as a positive early on. And it was also, from a stormwater perspective, we met and exceeded the ordinance, and then we were told to go back to the drawing board again, and we actually went above and beyond again. So I just, the way I am, I just felt that it was important to put all this in context from how did we get here today? And we got here today by working with your planning commission, working with your consultants, and I understand Mr. Norsini would like the 80-foot right-of-way. I happen to disagree with him on that because of the fact that if you look at the character of Eagle Road going down, moving in a northeasterly fashion, you're going to find that those houses, and right, they were built a long time ago. If you're talking about character, what we're proposing is actually keeping in character with that. So I've said my piece. That's my opinion on the matter. I know you folks have a hard job to do, so I respect that. Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes.
Do I take it by your comments that you're going to install all the traffic calming in the public right-of-way on behalf of the township? I thought I heard, would you be willing to do that?
Well, so anyway, I just want to.
We were told at some meetings that had nothing to do with our project.
Bob, it's okay. Bob, we're not going to get that. This is a caucus anyway. I feel like we have differing opinions on staff, though. So, would a 60-foot right of way be okay in this location or not?
My personal opinion, and not speaking for the consultants, and nothing against Mr. Dobson, fine engineer. My concern is there could be a project that we don't even know of right now. And aside from what Commissioner Schaefer said, maybe there's a traffic calming project 5 years, 10 years down the road that involves chicanes or something else along those lines, and we don't have that right of way. We have to acquire it, whether it be through eminent domain, as Mr. Brosman said, so we pay for a lengthy taking of ground, or perhaps we just, cut the deal with the homeowner on a per square foot price. Whereas now I know Mr. Brosman is saying our saldo is really unenforceable, but the saldo is saying we can have a 40-foot right-of-way, 40-foot from center, 80-foot right-of-way if the board so pleases. My only thought is the builder should build to within that confine, and we then have in the future an area for whether it be stormwater management, traffic calming, or some project that we're not even thinking of now. We have that ability. Right now, the ground doesn't cost us. In 10 or 15 years, that could be very costly to try to obtain that ground, should that project be done. That was my only concern. It's not the actual 30 versus 40. It's what we're entitled to, and I know Mr. Brosman doesn't agree with that. And
Steve, what's the cartway now? Is it 24 feet?
It's 20, and it's required to be 48 by saldo.
Yeah. It's only 20 feet. Okay.
All things, hearing everybody's input, respecting everybody's input, my sense is the 60-foot is sufficient. So that's the way, if we get the opportunity to vote, that's the way I intend to vote.
I think 60 is sufficient.
But we could also ask the applicant to split the difference. We're talking about 10 feet here. If you give us 5 feet, maybe we'll
let
get
me
the
just say that
5
there's
votes.
a counter argument to this also. There's a counter argument that one of the problems we have with in areas that were designed 30, 40 years ago to facilitate vehicles is that if you give them ample space, you'll eventually have impervious cover there and turning lanes. So there's a philosophy that we should at least be aware of that is saying narrow all that and don't give them the opportunity to put in added lanes, and that compounds the stormwater problem, the added lanes.
But nobody wants that.
Yes, but that's the way that's where these things go. When the people around King of Prussia Mall have 120 feet, they put in adequate turning lanes. So I think all things considered that the 60-foot lane is sufficient. And then furthermore, if we push them back, then I'm going to probably be asking for some kind of relief to get the houses moved forward to maintain that streetscape along Eagle. Because if we push them back, then the homes would not be consistent with the built-to line that is on Eagle. So all things considered, my sense is that the 60-foot right-of-way is sufficient.
Okay, well, this is a caucus. I think we've given you plenty of input to chew on. Is there anybody here from the public that would like to weigh in on this?
Steve Elliott, West Avenue. I showed up, I was hoping to make this eloquent argument, but my head's kind of spinning from that conversation. I thought that was pretty lively. I think it's interesting, the whole legal wrangling of this case in 1985 from Chester County should allow us to give you land. That's the first time that's come up. I've attended both of the planning sessions. Lane, I believe you said you watched both of them. So I feel like there's kind of like waiver jockeying going around here, where they were going to the Planning Commission saying, hey, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. This is great. We're exceeding ordinances. And at the last meeting, they said they wouldn't even want to talk about, I don't know if it was the right-of-way or the setbacks, but something that would potentially have to go to zoning. They didn't even want to engage in that conversation with planning. And then they show up here today, and they try and kind of do this end around of saying, hey, we're legally allowed to do this. So I don't appreciate that. I don't think that's very transparent. As a concerned neighbor, I came here to talk about a couple different concerns: housing density, public safety, light and noise pollution, threatening walkability to Wayne, also how these homes are going to fit in with the existing neighborhood. And then also after hearing the police's presentation on a narcotics unit, I thought that was interesting as well. But the one point I wanted to make, now it's losing me, is I wanted you to think about this in the context of the neighborhood. So going from Strafford Avenue to the train tracks, over to North Wayne, and then down to Lancaster, just that little corridor there. As Donald said earlier, it's a dense neighborhood. There's only a few parcels there that I think could be considered underdeveloped, and this is one of them. By zone, and I feel like the zoning ordinance right now is being treated as interpretive. So like, oh well, the house is down the street, they're set back a little bit here, so we should be able to do that. It's T's and I's. I remember you said that too before. It's a book this thick, and it's there. It's in the writing, and they should follow it. And they should be held to a higher standard. If it's a new development in a quaint neighborhood, they should be held to a higher standard, and they shouldn't get a pass just because a home down the street that was built in 1948 sits a certain way. So I disagree with the one. I think it's a bad plan. I think the fact that we went from there's still confusion about this right-of-way, what they want. We'll take 60, no, we'll take 80, we'll take 30. Oh, yeah, we'll flip the houses. All right, we'll get a cran out. And I don't know what's going to happen here. I know there's not voting going on. But as a neighborhood behind them, I'm absolutely against it. I think it's bad for the neighborhood. I think it's bad for the neighbors. And I think it's a poor plan for the property. Sorry to ramble.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment? Okay. Well, we can go ahead and wrap this up, and we look forward to the next iteration.
All right, I'd like to move the introduction of ordinance 2014-14, amending the code of the Township of Radnor, section 270, 28, parking prohibited at all times on Debaran, Barcladen, and Barcladen Circle.
Second.
I'll just a brief comment on this one. This has been very contentious. I've been saying it for about a year now. Whenever you're asking residents to give up parking on narrow streets, they're generally not interested or willing. We've done demonstrations with the fire department. I went door to door with letters to every house that this affects, and left letters to and spoke with as many residents as I could. There are still a few people that are just against it, but in general, I'm getting some positive feedback. People are saying it's a lot easier to get through the neighborhood. The township has opined that the access is better. The trash trucks, the plows, the fire trucks, whatever it is, everyone says it's better. So I'm going to support this tonight. I will, of course, email my constituents to let them know that this is going out, that this is being introduced, that this was introduced tonight, and then it will be held at a hearing at a future meeting. And I'll make sure that that communication does occur, because I want to make sure the residents have a chance to come out if they want to counter this. But I think this is, in general, fully supported by the Staff Traffic Committee, fully supported by Bryn Mawr Fire Department, who originally requested this change. Personally, I've been through that neighborhood a bunch of times, and we haven't seen any apparent shortage in on-street parking. We haven't seen any reckless driving. We haven't seen, there have been no police complaints at all in terms of reckless driving or unavailable parking. So in general, I think it's been about a year and a half since this started. I think it'll be progress if we make this change. And I think in the end, I can sleep at night knowing that that neighborhood has full fire service, which prior to this may not have had fire service.
And John, I'll say that I know that you have taken this very seriously, so no one is entitled to criticize you on this. You've done your part to make sure that you're weighing each side and making the decision that you think is best.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All right, it's been moved and seconded. I'll take the vote. I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And it passes by a vote of 6-1, and this was just the introduction, so it will be in front of us again for adoption. Next, we have Finance and Audit with Commissioner Fisher.
I'll move to approve Resolution 2014-99, and this is to enter into a contract with eCivis to provide grant research and management tracking software. This was explained in our packet that this would greatly enhance the ability for staff to make grant applications and to track those applications and also apply to as many opportunities as they can. Any comment on
Second.
staff? Thank you, Bill. You can tell it's almost 11.
I have one question, Bill.
No question.
This is a budgeted item, meaning that you're not going to come back and ask for a budget amendment to pay for this. You'll find the money within the budget to do this.
If approved, that will be the case, yes.
My only question is, in terms of staffing, is there a designated staff person that will understand this software, follow it, manipulate it, and be in charge of it?
Yes. Yeah, and we have a dedicated staff person now that oversees all the grants.
Same person.
Accounting, and
Okay.
yes, so they will be the primary contact, and they will be in charge of doing the research, going to find grants.
Mhm.
The same person also oversees our bidding process, so they see
Mhm.
all of the bidding activity, and at the new step in the process will be then to go and research to see if there are grant opportunities for things that we're bidding for.
And is she familiar with this software? Or
Yes,
she is.
she's done the research, and she brought it to me.
Okay.
And then I took it to the manager, and now we're here tonight.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
Is this going to increase the amount of grants received? Or is there a payback, or is this just better management?
No, the goal is to increase the number of grants and actually find grants for things that we are budgeting to do anyway. So the payback will be, and it's roughly $7,800 a year for the 3 years. So if we find 3 grants over that period that equal or at least equal that amount, then we've paid for the software, and any dollar ahead of that, we're better off.
So are you proposing that you will reevaluate this at the end of that 3-year period?
Absolutely, yes.
How is it going to get more grants? What is it doing here?
Yeah, the basic premise of the database is that it aggregates grant activity across the United States and puts it together into one searchable database that we then have access to. So instead of having to do internet research or phone calls or word of mouth type of research to find grants, it's now available to us through this licensing.
And Bill, it also facilitates the application? Does it help with
Yes,
that? And
it'll-
tracking your applications? And
Yeah, in terms of the office, the back office accounting and bookkeeping associated with grants, it takes care of all that too. But that's almost secondary. That's a secondary benefit. The primary one is actually getting grants in front of us that we can match up with things that we're doing.
I think the key is that not getting a grant, but getting a grant that you would not otherwise have gotten, and then documenting that this was the cause of that. I think that's kind of the measure, but.
Well, admittedly, Commissioner, if we end up at the end of 3 years with grants from the same sources that we have consistently received year over year, I would chalk that up to maybe the software not doing what we needed it to do, to your point.
But if we're able to find new sources and new avenues and new grants that are out there, then that's what we're looking to do.
Okay, any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Commissioner
I'll move
Fisher?
Resolution 2014-100. This is the board approval of the 2015 recommended comprehensive budget for 2015, subject to further review and amendment.
Second?
Bill, will you just explain what this is and what we're committing to at this moment?
Sure. This is in compliance with the Chapter 7 of the Township's charter, which dictates that no later than 60 days before the end of the fiscal year, the board adopt a resolution, adopt the recommended comprehensive budgets. So that's what the action tonight would be, is to satisfy that requirement. The next piece then is no later than 20 days before the end of the fiscal year, the board adopt the final comprehensive budget. So between now and the first meeting in December, at the various meetings we've already identified on the calendar, those will be the opportunities to step through and amend the budget as necessary and further some of the discussions we began last Wednesday. Because I'm sure tonight's probably not the best night to do that in the interest of time.
No, and we had some interesting input today from the police that we'll all want to think about. But I want to point out that we'll have two hearings between now and the December date that you just mentioned, and that is November 10th at our regular meeting and November 18th, which is a special budget meeting. And at those meetings, we will be making changes and amendments and whatnot to the proposed budget. But tonight, we are adopting, or not adopting, I guess approving.
We would be adopting a
this-
resolution.
This budget that we got and discussed last meeting. Okay, any commissioner comment or question on that?
So I see this as an administrative step. You would characterize it the same way? Absolutely, yeah. The board is not committing to any formal adoption of any of the items in the budget, just recognizing that the budget the preliminary budget is available for public review and the process is working according to the charter.
But this is the budget that we looked at last time, right?
That
It
is
hasn't
correct.
been unchanged.
Correct.
So it's got the 4.5% for the drug task force. It has the Ardrossan, and we still have the open issues that we reviewed in the various documents that we talked about, graphs, that kind of stuff.
Yes, it is the version that we stepped through. It remains unchanged at this point. And we
Okay,
do have a
and then-
running list of items to be cleaned up, corrected.
Right.
And other bigger items for decision
The
making.
bigger thing for me is that this memorializes an issue that we weren't solid on, which is the drug task force, right? So, and I think that that's what this does. If you have it in the preliminary, then it's there rather than out. I thought we talked about taking it out, and I guess, Bob, at the last meeting, you said, well, we won't do that. We'll just leave it as it is.
Yeah, I think that what the intent was, and this goes back to even the Charter Review Commission, where there was a lot of discussion in regards to this, is to make this public, to actually get this out there for the discussion and that, where this does not bind this board to anything. This is a preliminary to get people looking, discussing the conversation. The next version of this, as Commissioner Schaefer pointed out, those next hearings will be where the board will actually say this needs to come out, this needs to go in, whatever needs to take place, or where that goes to. This is just the issue to get it out in front of the public to say, here's the things we are discussing.
Okay, is there any other staff comment? Any public comment? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 6-1. And lastly, we have community development. Commissioner Curley?
I have nothing to add on this. I think
Harris Lane.
Mr. Booker wants to apparently take control of this item.
I have two guests here that have waited
So I'll
this whole
defer to
time
him.
to talk about Hare's Lane. 5 minutes. I don't think I'm going to hear the 5 minutes. Come on, John, you have to stay for this whole thing, just like we always do.
So, John Rice, while Rich is setting up, you want to give us a couple-minute background? My understanding is this is something we did a year and a half ago or so?
Yeah, well, it goes back longer than that.
Can you turn that on?
You can go back to 1885 when Hare's Lane was first opened up. 1885?
1885.
And it is, and it has always been, a private road which services the lots that front on it. And it was an issue when the school was built, the Peterson tract was acquired. I sent Commissioner Booker a letter from Frone Crawford that he wrote in 1995 that sort of spells out a lot of the history, but at the end of the day, it's a private lane. There has never been any public access, recorded public access. There was a lawsuit by the Matrinko-Rollins family, which is the lot that Bentley has purchased. That lawsuit was settled. Our insurance carrier was involved in that. There was an effort by the school district and the township around 2000 to get all of the property owners that back up to Hare's Lane to sign off on a public access document. That never occurred. There was a lawsuit instead, and you settled this 2-3 years ago, and then Bentley bought the lot from the Matrinko-Rollins family and is subdividing it. So
All right,
that's the background.
That's the background.
When did we sign the agreement? What year?
2013.
2013?
Yeah, it was November 2013 was the settlement,
Right.
before I was on the board.
And the school district signed off on that also, because we were both sued at that.
All right, just so everyone's aware, this is the area we're referring to right here. This is the, on our trails plan, and this is from the current adopted trails plan on the website. This trail right here that goes from the Radnor Nature Park to Harford, right there has always been the Hare's Lane, which was closed down and when, in 1998 or thereabouts when they relocated it based on the construction for the Radnor Elementary School. People have been using that to access Harford, to the nature park, to the septic station, et cetera, for some time. Now, the issue relates to Mr. Bentley and his development. This is the Bentley property right here. It's formerly the Matrinko site. It's 4 acres. And this is the area that we're referring to here. You see, this is the map from Delaware County. This is the tax parcel map, and you can see all the tax parcels that are depicted here. Again, this is the Bentley development. Hare's Lane is in yellow, like the streets, indicating it's not, and if you look at this tax parcel, it does not show that as part of that parcel. Now, whether there is anything in the deed, I haven't looked at that, but my understanding is that the deed on all of these parcels does not specifically include fee title to this, although Attorney Rice tells me that these folks have private rights of access or an easement to their properties based on that. Now, what happened at this location was that people had been using this for many years, and recently the developer has changed the access so it looks like this right now. So once again, this is the access that everyone had been using for the past, at least, I've heard people say 20-plus years. Now what we have is a fence with that warning sign, and it's in the area that I showed earlier, which was the yellow area that really is unowned. The developer indicates that he owns that, but what it's caused is a lot of consternation in the neighborhood, and people are not able to access that. And I've heard from quite a few people, and I think my view is that there's no one owner to this parcel of this Hare's Lane. It is actually, again, the access from the individual property owners along it, but that because of the use for so long, that the public is accustomed to it and sorely misses the access and desires to have it returned back to full use. And again, it is a trail that is clearly shown as being developed on our plan. So that's what we wanted to talk about. We heard Attorney Rice's recitation. I guess I will call on Ms. Spurtle and or Ms. Peroni if they would like to comment as well.
Thank you, Rich. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Spurtle. I live on 106 Valley Forge Terrace in Wayne. But tonight, I'm wearing the hat of the president of the Hartford Park Dog Club. And we are, as Rich, Commissioner Booker had stated, we're very disappointed that the fact that this has been shut off after years and years of use by not only Hartford Park members, but also by the public. I had to come and speak out because of the decision to shut down the Hare's Lane path or easement, whatever you would like to call it. We'd like to know who made the decision to close it down, and our solicitor has explained the history of the path. This has been open to the public for over 20 years, and I've been going to the park for 7+ years, so I know it's been open at least that long. Several members of our board have been members of the Dog Park Club for 20+ years, and they will attest to the fact that that path has been open and given them access to the park. There's also something that we've read about and discussed as members of the park, and Commissioner Booker and I have talked about, the prescriptive easement rule that takes over after 20 years, 21, and it has been at least that number of years that this path has been open to the public.
Or at least there's been open and notorious use.
Open and used, I should say. Notorious use. To have had access to the path, and then one day we come and the path is totally closed off without any warning.
I'm confused. Why are you here now when we had this before us a year ago? And I wasn't that all interested in going that route.
I don't think we had this, I don't remember.
We did sign, we authorized an agreement whereby we allowed for the neighbors to block access. And now
I'm here because I didn't know that that took place, and I'm here now because it's actually been.
Do I have that right, John?
It's
Yeah,
actually,
we didn't permit Mr. Bentley to put that fence up. I mean, that's something that he did on his own.
that just happened, and that's the reason.
Without any
that-
notice to us. I think Mr. Norsini may have been out there and is either going to or has
I've talked to Mr. Norsini about it.
spoken to Mr. Bentley. But Mr. Bentley is not the only party that has rights in that lane. So he's got an issue, I think, with the other neighbors, starting with Mr. Dustin. Christina used to live there. You backed up to that lot, and I think there's 2 or 3 other lots. They all have, on the documents that the insurance carrier had put together when this was settled, going back to 1880, this has been there that long. This is a private lane. Before Bidoff Road was put in, that was access to a lot of those lots. There was the Gwynn tract, which Dustin bought, which is on the corner of New Hare's Lane. And then there's a cul-de-sac where other lots, and some of those lots that backed up to Hare's Lane then took access down the road out of the cul-de-sac. So it fell out of disuse, but we settled litigation with the Matrinko-Rollins family that involved not opening that up or agreeing that it was not public access. That's all we agreed to do.
But the Matrinko lot does have access from Bidoff without this access.
So is this, I'm sorry, but like point of order, is this the sort of thing, if there's an issue, if there's an action, let's propose an action, but are we here to have a detailed discussion at this level?
Honestly,
at 11:20,
I
and is that
totally
going to be
agree
very
with you.
productive?
It's old
We're
news.
spinning our wheels. At this point, we all agree that we want access. We want a
Yes.
walking path between the park and Radnor Memorial. We all want that to happen.
So what
So
do
let's
you
come
want-
up with an
what do you wanna
action plan,
propose?
but rehashing what happened is not going to help us.
Yes.
So when
So
was
that's
that?
why I'm here tonight, because
Okay, but I
there's got to
don't
be
think
something.
we're going to come up at 11:20, and like my sense is
Well, we
that-
will. But
come on, Don.
Steve, we talked about an access point through here, didn't we?
We did, I've been playing phone tag with somebody from Brandywine Realty Trust.
Right.
Because I was hoping outside of this right-of-way that we could, wiggle a path through. It may not be ADA compliant, but we could get it from point A to point B. I would just need their permission. And like Solicitor Rice said, the access went to Bentley. We didn't tell him to put up fences, but that's his choice to block this public. He actually called me on that, and I said, well,
Can I finish?
Sure.
Am I allowed to finish? I mean, to answer Commissioner Higgins, the reason that we're here and discussing this tonight is because the fences went up. I had no idea that the decision had been made a year ago. You've talked to the corporates, people from Radnor Corporate Center no longer have access. I met someone who used to go there for lunch, she and her business partner. They can no longer get through. They have to climb through the bushes to get to the park. We have people who attend the mainline school night. Claudia McBride, the executive director, is here this evening. They take the train, they can no longer get through. And here we are. I've watched over the last year or so a nice gentleman, I'm sorry I don't remember his name, talking about the
Jim Schneller.
Greenways and Open Space Network
Peter
that the
Simone.
township is planning on spending over $2 million on.
And that's all, and this pathway's on it.
And this pathway's on it, and we're being denied access to 31
Well,
beautiful acres.
John, when this was settled,
Yes.
what happened to title to this path?
Title didn't change.
Well, then who's the fee owner of each property owner that abuts it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and those property owners were the ones that wanted to block access.
Right.
It was the one at the very end. It was the last one.
Well, there's never been any of the owners that, and this goes back, when I got involved, the lawsuit had been filed. We tried to resolve it with the school district. The 4 or 5 property owners were always concerned about that driveway being used for a public road. I mean, that was an issue.
That's not what we're asking for. We're asking for a pathway, footpath.
Yeah, I understand that, but,
And they never closed it off.
yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is, in all these years, and Solicitor Rice is saying that, no one actually, so that
Well, there
people
was-
can no longer get through.
Once or twice in the past, it was blocked. Tammy probably remembers it when she first got here. When you first got here, Tammy, we were going through some of these evolutions where the guy would block it off and we get him to take it down. So it's not a new issue. This was never an issue until we built the elementary school. Because before that, you didn't dare go down there because the guy living in the house would chase you with a shotgun.
Can I
And
make
I
a
know
rec-
that
Can I
because it
make a
happened to me.
suggestion since the hour
do.
is late? Mr. Norsini and I have spoken about trying to find some alternative access, but the board should understand that it's going to involve possibly having some of those neighbors sign off or acquiring a right-of-way from the other property owner. But I think the point to be made is the fact that people walked through there with or without permission. When the school was put in, my view, school district and township dropped the ball. That was the time that the public access should have been established, and it fell by the wayside because only one property owner, Mr. Gwynn, signed off on it. Everyone else refused to sign off on the permission for public access through there. The Matrinkos, which was their only way out, filed the lawsuit, which resulted in the settlement. So Maybe there's another alternative. I don't know how much space is out there, Steve, but
When I met out
we can
there,
investigate that and come back to the board.
the space seems to be on the Brandywine side. There was encroachments of the fence of some of the other properties on the one side where Mr. Destin is. I believe either he being Bentley, either he moved them or asked them to move them. I think our opportunity is going to be on the Brandywine side.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move forward. We'll have our staff work on this, come back to us with some alternatives, whether, several different ones, and what they might cost us, and we'll move from there. So, great. All right, Personnel and Administration.
Can I have a public comment about this issue? I've waited till 11:30. No? Wow,
Well,
Mr. Nagel. To get here, okay?
Go ahead.
So I was one of the property owners, and to just give a bit of history, the reason all the property owners didn't sign it is because we requested from the township that stormwater management be done. I can pass around this picture of the flood that was a constant process still happening over there that had never been dealt with. So we told the township they have to deal with stormwater management, which had been promised by the school district. We wanted to deal with the fact that people were going to be walking there, and so we needed some sort of indemnity. The fact we were fine with everybody walking there, but there had to be some sort of cooperation that if we release our land, that we had some sort of indemnity. And lastly, we didn't want cars and people in the same space. We needed to be careful of that issue. I lived there for many years, and everyone used the path. It was always used, and it was by adverse, we never said you could use it, but they took it. So I think there's already been a taking. I appreciate Commissioner Schaefer asking to get the path, but I think Bentley having the right to just put that up, I don't think he's got a right to do it. And I think that you folks should enforce that. He has no right to that land. He does not own those 4 properties to that land.
I don't think we're saying that. We're saying that he has a right to use that as his driveway to that property, the same way in common with the other 4 property owners.
Right, but he doesn't have a right to put up a sign. That was never part of the settlement.
Yeah, the fence and the sign, I just found out about it.
Well, will you ask to take it down? Will you take it down then, until this issue gets resolved? Because people are not...
We can ask him to take it down. I don't know if
We need to have
a
a
right.
conversation with him about it, but it's those property owners' common driveway. It's not a public township right-of-way.
But it has been used for 20-some years as public access.
That's an easy thing to say. That's
No,
a very...
I lived there. I walked the path all the time. It was used by the public
Okay, again,
all the
let's
time.
not focus on the past. Let's focus on the future.
Okay, and the other thing going forward as far as the future is I have documents, tons and tons, from the township, from the school district, saying this will always be used as a pedestrian path. And I know you've seen those documents. I literally have from the school district what they said when they took that land. And what they said was this will be a pedestrian path to connect the 2 parks. So it was just that the township totally dropped the ball, and so did the school district. And now the community shouldn't have to pay for that. So Commissioner Booker, thank you for bringing it up, and I think we should all be really proactive and get that taken down. Nobody can use the path now, and I don't think that's fair.
Thank you, Christina. All right.
Thank you very much.
Personnel and Administration, anything, Commissioner Fisher? No. Parks and Recreation, Commissioner Nagel?
Tammy, do you want to talk about briefly about the thing on Friday, your holiday, or?
Radnor Run.
Well, the Radnor Run was one, but didn't we just have the Halloween?
We did. We had trick or treat at the Township building, and we had probably close to 100 or a little bit over 100 little trick or treaters, preschoolers that came through the Township building. They got to visit all the individual departments. We had various departments that dressed up and participated in the event, and it was a great opportunity for the kids to come in. They actually were in the boardroom, and they had story times with Radnor Memorial Library staff, and they also got to do pumpkin painting and crafts with the Wayne Art Center, who was here. So it was a great event. If you are looking for a pumpkin, you can help yourself to one to the table that's sitting out there. We did have some leftovers, so we have some free pumpkins available. Also, the Radnor Run took place on Sunday, the 37th annual. It was a great day. It was beautiful. We didn't have rain or snow. which is something that did plague us in the last couple years. So it was a great event. We had 667 runners and walkers on the 5-mile course and the 1-mile fun run and walk. It was a terrific day. As a matter of fact, the American Lung Association did fundraise about $75,000 for their organization, so it was a great success. I just want to thank Commissioner Nagel and Commissioner Higgins for attending the Friday night sponsorship reception that we had. Thank you very much for being there, as well as the township manager for representing the township. Also, I wanted to let everybody know that the November Parks and Recreation Board meeting is going to be moved up to this Thursday, October 30th. Still to be determined on whether or not we'll have another meeting or a special meeting in November, so we'll keep everybody posted on that. And they'll be talking about cell towers in township parks, as well as commentary on the capital budget plan that's been submitted by the staff and their recommendations. It's going to be taking place at 7 o'clock p.m. at the second floor administration area, so if you can make it, it's open to the public.
Thanks, Tammy. Library, Commissioner Miller.
Just a reminder, L's for Shelves, that's the library 5K run benefit. That'll be December 6th. Saturday, December 6th, and the first 200 get a free T-shirt, so mark that. That's it.
Public Health.
Board of Health meeting last week, they had 3 really good presentations. They talked about enterovirus, the flu, and Ebola. And the reason I say it was good is that for anyone who paid attention, watched it, you really got a good context of why you don't need to be frightened to death about Ebola, especially given the number of people who die every year from flu, and then this enterovirus is killing kids left and right. So I was really impressed. And they had the folks from that new urgent care had come in and give a little presentation about what they're doing in the township.
Thank you. Any old business? New business?
Just a quick note. I just want to stress that I've gone paperless, and I want to compare. So this is my fellow commissioner sitting next to me, and this is what I brought tonight. So you guys have to choose what you want to carry around with. This can hold about 800 of these piles, so think about going paperless. I know Jennifer is wishing that we all would go paperless. Well, I bought my own, but you know, you guys, if you want to.
Actually, there's a
want to try to
budget
put it in the
request
budget
in
for
there
next
for that.
year.
The savings on
But
paper would pay for it.
I just want to stress that I think we were spending, I'll say $10,000 a month on a copier lease. Maybe that's overstated. It's quite a bit, the last. But the point is, we're the ones using up most of the paper. So we should probably rethink what we're doing. Like, you know, these big drawings are great to look at, but what do you do with them when you're done? I can look at the same one on here. I can zoom in on any page I want. I can search the entire packet, and I was able to follow the entire meeting tonight without any issues. So I highly recommend that the board consider this. I'll be pushing this until I leave the board at the end of next year, so you have a year of hearing me complain about this. But think about it. You will carry around less paper. And Jennifer is nice enough to drop the files into a Dropbox, so I don't need to actually download them. They just kind of show up. So thank you.
Points well taken, John.
Are
Points
we,
well taken.
is,
Paper's,
so
paper's easier.
should we take the direction that we will incorporate that into the budget? If the board would like to see that?
What, you mean for
Each commissioner
ads
to
for
have
us?
a
I
pad.
don't think so. No.
There is a request for, in one of the IT lines for some of the volunteer boards, Planning Commission and Shade Tree, where they would sign that out and be responsible for it, because we go through an immense amount of paper at Planning Commission and Shade Tree.
I would highly recommend against that. I'll give you some copies of some news articles that I'm familiar with the board, with those who use these things inappropriately. So, but I would think that we will discuss these.
All right. Is there any public participation? Is there a motion to
Move we
adjourn?
adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.